happens if you don't agree with a decision today, then you may be able to appeal the decision to the Toronto Local Appeal Body or, in some limited circumstances, to the Ontario Land Tribunal. However, the provincial government amended the Planning Act and generally removed rights of third parties to appeal Committee of Adjustment decisions.
Through the chair, apologies to interrupt. It appears that your mic may not have been on, and we're getting reports that weren't able to be heard at the beginning, so we're going to have to ask that you backtrack a bit and please start from the beginning.
Oy, oy, oy. Well, ladies and gentlemen, for the record then, I begin with our land acknowledgement about natives and various tribes that were here before us. So we acknowledge the land that we're meeting on is the traditional territory of many nations, including the Mississaugas of the Credit, the Anishinaabe, the Chippewa, the Haudenosaunee, and the Wendat peoples, and it's now home to many diverse First Nations, Inuit, and Métis people. We also acknowledge that Toronto is covered by Treaty 13 with the Mississaugas of the Credit. Most of you are aware that committee hearings are now conducted either in person or in hybrid means. You can come in virtually through a source that is WebEx, an online digital platform. The meetings are also streamed on the Toronto City Planning YouTube channel, and anyone wanting to watch can do so on YouTube. Those who want to participate virtually and have registered in advance, they'll be connecting by computer, tablet, or smartphone, and they got the option of participating via video or audio only. All virtual participants are going to be muted on entry, and then when your item comes up, you'll be unmuted and you'll be able to address your item for 5 minutes, I should say. For both in-person and virtual participants, Committee of Adjustment staff will share presentations submitted in accordance with the written submission deadline. Those participating through WebEx are not allowed to use share screen or any other panelist control during a video appearance. The host will remove you from the panelist role if you fail to respect this instruction. All right, I mentioned about decisions and getting a copy of decisions. People who are attending who want to obtain a copy of the decision of the Committee of Adjustment must fill out a decision request card, and those participating virtually need to submit a written request for a decision by email. Please ensure that you include your name, address, and email address because the Committee of Adjustment and the Toronto Local Appeal Body will be sending notifications and appeal updates by email. If you don't agree with the decision of the committee, you may be able to appeal the decision to the Toronto Local Appeal Body or in some limited circumstances to the Ontario Land Tribunal. However, the provincial government amended the Planning Act and generally removed rights of third parties to appeal Committee of Adjustment decisions. Only the applicant, the Minister of Municipal Affairs and Housing, specified persons, and public bodies, as those terms are defined in the Planning Act, are permitted to appeal decisions of the Committee of Adjustment. Appeal instructions are set out at the bottom of the decision of the committee. All right, a word about a hearing procedure. We're going to be calling each item on the agenda. In a few minutes, we'll be starting with item 18. We'll usually receive a presentation. If we don't require a presentation, applicants are to advise the chair should they wish to speak to the committee. The committee may ask questions, or we may take this into committee for discussion and a decision. Each speaker, including the applicant agent, will be given a maximum of 5 minutes to address the committee, and I'll comment when we're starting to reach that 5-minute limit from any speaker. Any presentation or other materials you wish to submit to committee must have been emailed in advance of the hearing. Staff and committee members can't accept materials at the hearing. When you're addressing the committee, would you please state your name and address? And of course, please remember to confine your remarks to the matters that are outlined in the application. So here's the order of things. The applicant or agent will proceed first and will make a presentation to the committee of the application. Please note, the committee may not entertain revisions to proposals at the hearing today. The committee may decide to defer the application if it's substantially revised to ensure that the revised application is accurate and that all those entitled to notice of the application are informed of the changes. Then individuals either in support or opposed to the application will be invited to speak. Generally, we like to call on speakers in the hearing room first, and then those participating through WebEx. Committee members may ask questions of each speaker after they finish their presentations. When all the speakers are finished, the applicant or agent has got an opportunity to rebut those issues that were raised by the speakers. This will mark the end of the discussion. The application will then be taken into committee for a decision. All right, we dealt with certain administrative things in the morning. Madam Deputy Secretary Treasurer, are there any requests for deferral of items in our afternoon session?
Through you, Mr. Chair, there are, but we'll just for the record state that there's no minutes to adopt for this afternoon's hearing.
Right.
There's no files to be closed or withdrawn for this afternoon's hearing. And we should ask if there's any declarations of interest from members or staff for this hearing this afternoon. Sure, that's good.
We did this, of course, this morning, but so members and staff, are there any declaration of interest, any conflicts of interest that you can, that you should speak about?
Okay, through the chair, I see none in relation to the afternoon agenda. Thank you. In terms of deferral requests, there is a deferral request for item number 30, municipal address of 59 Condor Avenue, file number A0663/24TEY. However, this is for the 3 p.m. agenda time slot, so we will have to deal with this thereafter.
The next tranche of documents, okay. All right. So if you have an agenda with you, and we're moving to the first item on the afternoon agenda, and it is 18A. And members, I'll just say that this is both a consent to sever with related minor variance applications. So it's a little different than the variance applications we're dealing with this morning. This concerns an address at 39 Heath Street East. And I'm just going to read out the purpose of that particular application and what the city's already received in terms of the material and comments. So, 39 Heath Street East, it's to obtain consent to sever the property into 3 undersized residential lots. The purpose of the application is to construct a new 4-story detached dwelling, a duplex, with an integral garage, a front porch with stairs, a rear ground level patio, a rear 2nd-story deck, a rear 3rd-story balcony, and a front 4th-story balcony. There will be 2 residential dwelling units on the lot, so it'll be a duplex. Okay, all right. I'll just read as well the purpose of the other parts. Then part 2 of this is as follows. Somewhat similar, to construct a new 4-story semi-detached dwelling, a duplex, with an integral garage, a covered front porch with stairs, a rear ground patio, a rear 2nd-story deck with stairs, and front and rear 4th-story balconies. There'll be 2 dwelling units on this lot. So, all right, we'll leave that for the moment in part 1. Okay. All right, could we have the agent or applicant for this property on Heath please come to a microphone?
Through you, Mr. Chair, we have the agent here in person, and we do have a registered speaker in interest on the line.
All right, thank you. Hello. All right, if you could give us your name and the municipal address for our record here. Yeah.
My name is David Phillips.
Okay.
David Phillips at 179 Collin Avenue.
Okay. Thank you, David. I'll just be right with you here. Yeah. Okay. So as I mentioned, so there's an application for consent. I'm getting a little reverberation here. Just a second. You guys can hear me? Can you hear me all right? Okay. All right. And the minor variance application. So, Mr. Phillips, why don't you give it in a very concise version of your proposal, what you're applying for, and essentially why you feel that this committee should consider consent to sever, and also to approve a number of minor variance applications. perhaps a short presentation from you.
Sure. If I could just put up the comparables study from the supporting materials, just the first page, there's a rendering. That's perfect, thank you. I'll also mention I'm the nephew of the owner. There's two things I'd like to share. First is a little bit about why we're proposing this development, and then the second, I want to highlight a few of the design elements that are intended to be mindful of the impact on the neighbors. So, to start, this property has a long history in our family dating back to 1959. My great-grandfather purchased it the year my youngest uncle was born, the fourth of four kids. They'd outgrown their space, and now, all these years later, our family is growing again. I have 3 young kids at home under the age of 4, and my sister has just announced her third is on the way, so we're looking for more space. The physical character of the block at 39 Heath has changed dramatically over the years. Lots have been severed narrower and narrower. Homes have been built higher and closer together, and we've enjoyed welcoming many neighbors to the block. While these projects have pushed the boundaries of height and density, our application today aims to stay within the existing character of the block, and there are many examples of similar variances at other homes, both on our block and on the neighboring streets. So I'll highlight a few of the design elements that we've included to be mindful of the impact on the neighbors. The first is that at the front of the house, as you can see in the rendering, all 3 homes have a 4th floor setback to reduce the visual impact from the street. And also at the rear, the 4th floor is set back on all 3 units. And on the 2 outer units, part 1 and part 3 of the application, the 3rd floor is also set back, both the 3rd and 4th floors. These rear setbacks on the upper levels improve the view for neighbors and reduce shadows. At 39C, the detached unit, the entire front wall is set back further, about a meter further than the 2 semis. You can see it on the overhead view. It's a little harder to see in the rendering. We did this to provide a more tapered setback from the street between our neighbor to the west. 35 and 37 are very close to the street you can see there on that diagram, whereas our neighbor to the east, 43 Heath, is very much further back. So by pushing part 3 a little bit further back, it provides a more gradual transition and appearance from the street, and it also gives more visibility from the front windows of our neighbors at 43 Heath. I'll also mention, we can stay on this page, that the building depth of all 3 are not as deep as the neighbor at 43 Heath. The proposed building depth length is 17 meters, which is shorter than is common in other applications in our area, and less than the 19 meters allowed by the current bylaw for duplexes, and also less than the 20 meters that the neighbor on the other side of 43 Heath has to the east, which you can see on the survey there at the edge, 45A and 45B Heath, which are 20 meters deep. So the 17-meter depth that's less than the depth of the neighbor will allow more light, and the shallower building length will also allow for more green space in both the front and the rear yards. So I'll just finish with a reference from the first page of the official plan. It reads, "Making Toronto better should always come before making Toronto bigger, but we will get bigger." So today we're proposing something that we believe is truly better, and that will be a benefit to the neighborhood and the city. Thank you. I yield back.
Do any kind of lot study to give us a better idea of the sizes and area of existing lots there?
If we flip back to the document we were on a minute ago, the comparable study, there is lot study on page 5.
I'm just seeing it on the screen here. Yeah, go ahead.
Sorry, I'll just wait. Yeah, this document, page 5. So there's no variance related to lot width. 6 meters is the allowable width. The variance relates to the vehicle entrances. So this page highlights just the narrow lots with vehicle entrances, but there are also additional examples like 37A and 35 and 37 that have smaller lots but without vehicle entrances, and that's mentioned in the footnotes. So
I'm just looking at the screen here. I don't see the one in the 30s. Sorry, I see 42.
yeah, the ones in the table at the top are the ones with the vehicle entrances. So the ones labeled 1 through 11 are those examples are in the 1 block radius of the subject property. And the examples that don't have a number, 1 through 11, those are off the map a little further out. And then in addition to those ones in the table, there's also the immediate neighbors to the west of 39 Heath have lot frontages of 6.48 and 6.02 meters. And they have driveways, but no integral garages.
Just in conjunction with this, I'm looking at the minor variance applications they're asking for. So amongst other things, then the maximum height under the bylaw for a side exterior wall is 10.5 meters. And in this case, it'll be 12.23 meters. You mentioned just in your presentation, so there's actually a 4th story or 4th level, but you're saying it's sort of, the building's going to be kind of tiered back on the 3rd and 4th story. Do I have that right?
At the front, it's tiered back at the 4th story, and at the back, it's tiered back at the 4th story for the middle unit, but for the right and the left unit, it's tiered back at the 3rd and the 4th, the same amount on each.
Okay. All right. All right. Thank you for this. Sorry, members, you have any questions? Yes, for comments?
I have a number
Good.
of questions,
Good.
actually.
I'm sure.
But I will, yeah, of
It's,
course.
well,
But do we have another speaker?
Through the chair, we do have a speaker on the line in interest, so we can move
Maybe
to
I'll
the
hold my
speaker.
questions till after the speaker.
Okay, sure. And on that vein, I do just have a point of clarity before we do get to that speaker. Just through the chair to the agent, we had received some correspondence from the zoning examiner with respect to the minor variance application for Part 3 in relation to variance number 3 regarding the side yard setback on the east and potentially that you may be in compliance and that we could amend that variance to remove the reference to east. Is that what you would be seeking to do today, or do you want to retain the variances as is per the notice?
I would be willing to amend to take off the reference to east. I believe the zoning examiner has confirmed that both with me and with Kirk at the committee. I don't have anything in writing from the zoning examiner. I just noticed that potential error yesterday and gave him a call, and he confirmed. So out of an abundance of caution, we could just leave it in.
Okay, through the chair, it's up to you as the agent, so if,
I would leave it in at this time.
and just staff can just pull that up on the screen just for the record for everyone to see what we're alluding to. That would just be helpful. So that's minor variance
Part 3, is it?
application part 3.
Okay.
I just want to have it for reference on the screen. No, sorry, Kirk, I just mean the notice, just so we can see the variance itself. So variance 3, if you could just zoom in, so that's what we were discussing, potentially eliminating just east, the direction east from the bracket. But in this case, the agent is opting to leave that in out of an abundance of caution, just for the record.
Sorry, on which variance? I'm just having trouble picking it out.
It's on the screen as well, variance number 3.
Oh, I see.
Yeah, so part 3, variance number 3, with respect to side yard setback on the east side. The applicant may actually be in compliance on the east side due to, I think it was no openings. But again, it's, up to the agent, and if the agent wishes to leave it in out of abundance of caution, then we'll do that. We'll just have the record reflect that we're retaining that as is. Okay, through the chair, thank you. We can move to the registered speaker now that that's clarified.
Holzer, please, we'll go to the next speaker, yeah. Yes, hello, is the next speaker agent or applicant online with the committee today?
Hello, yes, my name is David Vincent. Can you hear me?
Yes, as David, and could you give us your address, please?
68 Heath Street East.
Okay, Street East, okay. Live nearby, all right. Yes, all right. What would you like to say to committee about these applications? And as I say, mentioned, one is to sever, so we're dividing up property, and then there are variances from the zoning bylaw. So go ahead, David.
Right. Thank you for the opportunity. First of all, by way of background, I should tell you that I did not receive notice of this application in the mail, and the reason I became aware of it is that there's a sign posted on the property,
Right.
Which I only recently read and discovered this application was in progress. In correspondence with the committee, Kirk specifically, he told me that the notice of the application was only sent to residences within 60 meters of the subject property, and I guess I'm outside of the 60-meter
Yeah.
radius for the notice. So I mention that because it strikes me, I appreciate this is not something within your control, but it seems to me that's a rather small radius for providing notice to neighboring residences. This is a relatively small section of Heath Street that's kind of unique in its composition. I think there are only 4 or 5 houses on the south side of the street, including this property before it's subdivided. There's a small apartment complex as well, and I think there's 8 or 9 residences on the north side of the street, and the street dead ends by the school, which is at the end of the street across the street from me. So it's quite a small area by way of background, and because of the dead end and the parking issues with the school, etc., I would argue that really all the residents of this part of Heath Street East ought to have received notice.
Well, I was just going to say the kind of like the regulations under the Planning Act are what we have to follow in terms of area of notice. I don't have them in front of me, but I mean they're set out. So it's not it's not a really expansive area of notice, but it is considerable to take in all really all properties in a reasonable vicinity. So in any event, just wanted to say it's in the planning regulations as to notice.
I appreciate that. I just made those comments by way of background so you understand where I'm coming from.
Thank you.
My primary interest in this was just, I've been involved in minor variance applications in the past of neighbors, and in one case of a house that I own, so I'm generally familiar with the process. And the key question when I began to discover this was, is it really a minor variance or not? And my primary interest in this, in speaking to this and participating in this process, is find out exactly what the variances are. I've learned something already from the earlier comments, which is that subdividing the existing lot into 3 separate parcels does not require a minor variance under the existing bylaw. So if that's true, then that answers one of my questions. Is that in fact correct?
No, I don't think it's correct as you've stated it. So we got to make a decision based on some subdivision criteria in the Planning Act as to how appropriate these new lots are, and then really asking for minor variances from the zoning bylaw to address those new parcels. In other words, it's being tailored for tailored to build on those individual lots when they're created. I hope that's of help.
Okay, well, that was one of my questions. Then the other aspects of the minor variance application were, how far is the variance requested from what the standards are? And I see there's, for the 3 different lots, it looks like there's 5 different minor variances requested for things like the size of the garage, the lot setback, the height of the front porch, and the height of the building. So I understand all of that, and I think I heard the applicant, or at least I saw on one of the pictures on the screen, a rendering of the proposed houses in relation to the neighbors.
Yes.
And it looked to me like from that drawing that with the height proposed, the height of these new dwellings will be approximately the same as the height of the existing house immediately to the west of this new development, but immediately to the east of the development, there's that existing very low structure that might only be 1 or 1.5 stories. Am I right about all that?
Yes, it depends on which part we're talking about. What I have on my own screen right at the moment is for part 3, and there are 4 variances there. I can't really tell you how the buildings might line up, other than to say the bylaw says that the main walls should be a height of 10.5 meters, and in this case, they're asking for 12.23 meters. So that's the nature of the variance that they're seeking.
Right, and so, I mean, whether that's a minor or not a minor variance, I guess is a matter of opinion, but the important thing from my perspective as a resident on the street was, how does it look in relation to the neighbors? And that was hard to figure out from the material that was filed, but the rendering that I saw on the screen here, which was not part of what I saw in the file, that one, yeah. That one shows the height of the building is at the very top, not much higher, if higher at all, to the red brick building to the right of it. Is that an accurate interpretation of that rendering?
I think so. Of course, we didn't prepare this sketch, but I guess then in essence saying that you're not overly concerned about the height of the new of the new dwellings that are going to be built.
That's right. Based on, well, yeah, I would say that in the context of trying to understand the amount of variance requested, which was hard for me to figure out from the written material. Other than I saw the 12 point something meters versus the 10 point something permitted, so it's easy to calculate that. But really, my issue is, how far out of whack of the neighborhood is this going to be? And from this picture, if this is an accurate picture, it doesn't look too far, too much higher, if higher at all, to the red brick building on the right-hand side. And I don't know if there's any way you can establish that for certain or not, or whether you actually got a measurement of that red brick building to determine whether that's an accurate depiction.
The committee is not going to be doing that, but we can put the questions to the agent for the owner, for the applicant. So, all right, thank you very much, sir. I'll see if there's any other deputant who wishes to speak to this. I'm seeing none. All right, thank you. Members, any questions to? Sorry, go ahead. Yeah.
Oh, sorry. I was just going to make a comment to the speaker who was just speaking. It sounds as though his only concern was understanding the scope of the proposal, which is common because it's very difficult for the layperson to understand things off
Agreed.
Of architectural plans. But I do know, and I think this is the question, Mr. Chair, you were going to put to the applicant anyway, but these sorts of renderings, where drawings always must show everything accurate. In a rendering like this, where it may be to scale, it may not be to scale, those adjacent buildings may have been measured, may not have been measured. So, those are questions for the applicant to answer to maybe help satisfy the question of the neighbor. That's my comment.
Very good. All right. Well, I've got the applicant agent back here. So, do you want to address that issue? So, in terms of the neighbor up the street, concern there about height and how appropriately, I guess, it fits with what's existing.
Sure. I'll just flip to page 6 of the document that's open there. I made a few comments about the height of what's across the street.
Yes, I don't physically have this in paper, but yeah, great if you can take us to the screen in making your comments.
So that's a look at the 4 houses directly across the street. I only have an exact height for number 50 Heath, which had a recent committee decision approving 12.65 meter sidewall, which is taller than this building.
About the same, yeah.
Yeah, about the same.
Yeah.
Now, the one to the left, 48 Heath, the one with the cedar shake in
Right.
red brick, it's visibly much taller, closer to the street, both in this picture and when you walk the block. I measured it myself with the laser measurement tool, and it appears to be about 13 meters above the sidewalk, but I didn't have that building surveyed, but that's just the reference point and how it compares to the neighbor. And then the 2 next to it, 44 Heath has a garage and 3 levels above it. It's quite tall. Sorry, a garage and 3 levels above it. And then the neighbor, 42 Heath, is also above the bushes, has comparable height visually from the sidewalk. So that's my comment on the height with respect to the properties in the immediate area.
But what about the rendering? To what degree can you give us assurance that that's sort of an accurate portrayal of how the application might look in context? And if not, that's fine. I know it can be difficult. I just want there to be.
Yeah, I'm happy to comment on the rendering. So the rendering was done by the same architect that did the rest of the plans. So their software just produces a more graphical version of it. What he was going off of for the properties to the sides was photos, and the survey gives, which is in the file somewhere, gives the building heights. It doesn't distinguish between different parts of the roof. It just gives a roof height of the neighboring properties. But that is, and it does have measurements from the, for example, from the red brick neighbor to the lot line. The survey has the exact measurement from that building to the lot line, so that element of it and the height should be reflected accurately. In terms of whether, how much taller it looks, a lot of it is the perspective. Part of the reason the height of what we're proposing isn't as prominent is because it's set back much further than the red brick one. That is why it doesn't look that much taller, is because of the setbacks. The visual impact is less because of that.
Yes, anything else?
Do you want to?
Yeah, I just wondered, as noted in the report from Engineering and Construction Services, have you looked at the possibility of redesigning the driveway to be a shared driveway, shared by homes 38A and 38B, sorry, 39A and 39B?
Yes, so planning was actually the first group to bring that up. The tree is not in that rendering because it basically blocks the whole view of the houses, but there's a large Norway maple in between those driveways, so that's why it was designed that way with the driveways on opposite side, and community planning seemed to accept that explanation.
Sir, I just wanted to, just talking about the scale and the size, I'm just looking at part 3, and it may be that the other parts also have requests for side yard relief. So minimum required side yard is 0.9 meters, so it's almost a full meter. And it seems from this as the new dwelling will be located 0.46 meters from the side east and west lot lines. So you're crowding to some extent. You're shortening the side yards on both sides. What do you say about that? Can you avoid that? Can you make some changes?
Happy to speak to that. I'll just bring up page 4 of the other presentation. In terms of making modifications, this is one of the tightest areas of the design that's hardest to adapt. I will point out that the 0.45 meter setback is only required because we have openings in the walls. If there were no openings, there would be no variance required to build at 0.45 meters. But I did look up some of the other precedent from the immediate area. I found 19 examples of other homes, including 48 Heath East across the street that had a requirement of 0.9 listed in the decision and permitted setback varying between anywhere from less than 0.5.
Maybe I misunderstood, but that's it. But 0.9 is the side yard standard in the bylaw.
Well, for those ones also had openings. The standard was often 0.45 if they didn't have openings.
Okay. Yes, members, other questions for the applicant here? Yes.
Yeah, just first one, since you're a family member of the owner, but also acting as agent, I'm just wondering, what's your profession? Is this an area of expertise for you, or?
I've been a management consultant. I went to business school and been a management consultant for most of my career, and I'm trying to get into the real estate space now.
Not a planner or
It's the first time I've dealt with any city agency in Toronto.
You've done a very good job putting together your materials, given that this is a new area of expertise. I am going to ask you some tough questions, though. I have an opposite concern from the ones that I think you've probably been hearing and might be expecting. And that is that this, to me, is a serious underbuild of the site. And that's not really a consideration for a minor variance, but it is a consideration for a severance. So we have something different here before us that the committee isn't used to seeing as often. We do see severances, but we don't see them as often. And severances under Section 51 of the Planning Act, there's a variety of criteria that we're supposed to consider. And one of the main criteria are provincial goals that are set out at Section 2 of the Planning Act. And one of those provincial goals has to do with where is it appropriate for there to be growth within the province. The province has set out that one area that's appropriate to have growth is within a close walking distance of transit stations. And they've created something called, or they've caused municipalities to create things called protected transit station areas. Are you aware that your property falls within the protected transit station area for St. Clair?
I'm aware it's within 200 meters of the subway entrance, but I wasn't aware of the existence of protected transit areas. I was aware that there was a radius where you were allowed to build bigger, but...
Yeah, and so within that radius, you're allowed to build bigger, and your home falls within it. But they're actually, as part of the protected municipal or protected transit station areas, there's actually a minimum that you're not allowed to build less than when proposing something new. And for this location, it's 0.5 FSI. I suspect you probably are above 0.5 FSI. Do you know if you are?
I do, because when we originally submitted this, there was, we submitted them as single family, and there were FSI variances that were required in the initial versions that are, you should be able to see in the file there. They're marked as superseded plans from 2023. So I haven't looked at this recently, but they're all above 1.2 2, let's say.
Okay. To staff, could you put up the applicant's presentation and go to page 8 of the presentation? Yeah, so this is sort of the point that I'm thinking of, which is if we look at the planned and approved 3-tower with large podium development, and sort of the top right there is adjacent to the building that connects to the St. Clair subway station. And then we look at your property as only 3 in from the corner of that. And as the neighbor mentioned, a lot of the buildings on your street already are apartment buildings. And so I see a street that I think the planning intends to become essentially an apartment area. And if we sever the lot, it'll never be able to take that form. So did you have any thought or discussion with the owner about potentially doing something else, or because this is how you wanted to use the property, this is sort of the only option you considered?
There was a little bit of discussion about that, not a ton. We looked at the zoning bylaw, and at face value, it looked like it would be more than a minor variance to get something more like an apartment building approved. The 2 apartment style ones down by Deer Park School are very old two-story buildings. They're almost within the form factor of a house. They're more deeper than they are taller. They're not prominent apartment buildings as there are in some other nearby blocks. So that's sort of where we landed.
I think you're actually right that it would be more than a minor variance and probably a rezoning, and this is why I feel a little bad going down this line of questioning, but it's because of the kind of hybrid aspect of your application, where there's minor variances and there's also a severance. And so, it's just, these questions are more about the severance than the minor variance, but I do get what you're saying. To actually do that would be a rezoning.
And as far as the severance goes, is it possible for us to build these and just leave them all on one lot? Would that somehow be preferable from the city's perspective for future development? Or dividing into only 2 parcels with the detached on one and the semis on the other?
It's an interesting question that would probably need to be talked about with planning staff. I know that, 4plexes are now permitted on any lot, and the shape and size and nature and design of 4plexes actually is very flexible, and then some 4plexes are even condominiumizing now, so there might be some other route of that sort, but I'm not the one to, that would be a conversation with planning. So those were mostly my questions. The other question was also about the driveways, whether, because there is the variance on the driveways that sort of suggests that that the severed properties are too narrow to have driveways, and I sort of read that as the zoning bylaw not wanting so many driveways close together in a row, and it also sort of creates a bit of a suburban built form that isn't necessarily as typical for this area. Is there any other parking solution that you might consider if we were to?
The driveways are pretty important. My wife grew up in the Philadelphia suburbs. When she moved to Canada, I promised her we'd have a garage.
I appreciate your honesty. Thank you.
Okay, sorry, and just trying to stay with us for a moment. We've had some late-breaking urban forestry reports. Have you seen those, or do you know about them?
Yes. Would you like
Okay.
me to speak to that for a minute?
Well, yes, I'm just here's one relating to part two, and essentially, urban forestry would deny it, and they'd refuse the consent application, and yeah, they're concerned about undersized lots and having to make room for driveways, and therefore there are specific trees. So, sure, do you want to address that? Because that's what we've heard from them.
This was a bit of a challenge. We didn't hear from them at all until that letter was sent in last week on the 12th, six days ago. But I was able to speak with them and send them a revised plan with the driveway pushed over to the east side of the middle lot, and the width of the driveway reduced to 2 meters, which is that appears to be the minimum in the bylaw. And the urban forestry representative, I have an email, I can hand a copy up there if it's helpful, said they'd be willing to support the revised proposal. I haven't been able to refile the entire application again. My arborist is in hospital right now, but
we don't
I've made
have
some
that.
progress.
We don't have that like before us now then, right?
Through the chair, no, we don't have any official other correspondence from Urban Forestry directly to staff. It would have to be submitted to staff indicating their position and if they're waiving their previous memo or not. So as it stands currently, the current Urban Forestry memo on the screen is their official comments. They do say in their memo, if the committee should decide to approve the application, they do list following conditions pertaining to each part separately in case the committee did approve the application, but otherwise they are recommending that the severance be denied, particularly with respect to Part 2, minor variance application for Part 2.
Cheryl, just to throw this out here, but would it make more sense to defer your application so that those, say, alternate designs relating to the driveways and the trees, so that can be sorted out? Otherwise,
I understand the suggestion. Could I just read the first line of the email? It came in at 4:07 last night, and all the other city agencies replied back in July, so.
well, good for you. September 10th, the memo that I have, but you got something overnight. Let's hear about it quickly, and we'll see what we can do with this.
So he says urban forestry would support an application to injure the city tree based on the altered plans discussed. For additional clarification, for urban forestry to support the application, please see below. And then it talks about the minimum driveway width of 2 meters and the installation methods for the driveway and the materials to be used.
Through the chair, we can't consider anything that's not officially on record submitted to staff at this point.
I agree, and with those changes too, they might affect some of the variances that you're seeking. I'm just throwing that out. I'm not saying that they are, but it might, as redesigned, you may have to change variables, yeah. Well, members, committee, just looking for any comment or assistance here with this. Again, a consent to sever into 3 parts and 3 minor variance applications to allow for new dwellings to be built there. Okay, nobody bailing out the chairman, so okay. I'll have a glass of water here. Well, I'm not quite sure what to do, sir, other than I think to recommend deferral, because if things are changing, we can't do that here. Like it's too late in the process, or at least we're not, capable of doing some checking or measuring and that sort of thing.
Okay, I am okay with the deferral.
All All right, and
Through the chair, we did have the registered speaker on this
Yes.
item. Do you want to just, we
do.
could circle back
Yeah.
to them to get their opinion on the deferral?
yeah, that was my thinking. Hi, is it David there?
Yes, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yeah, so I don't know if you heard some of that, but essentially, the urban forestry concerned about some trees, and they're trying to squeeze in of driveways, et cetera, and they would lose some protected trees. So as you know, if they're a certain size, whether they're public or private trees, they're protected. In any event, so they were recommending refusal on this part. So what we just heard is that it sounds like there's some back and forth as to how some of these homes might be redesigned and how driveways might be accommodated. And so my suggestion here is that this application should be deferred so that they can pursue more of that, because forestry is essentially saying where we are right now, their first recommendation would be a refusal of a consent to sever. Sorry,
Understood.
long talk.
Understood.
Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, understood. Nothing to add.
All right. Members, and we've got a threesome here. Do you want to put forward a motion then on this matter?
Sure, I do think a deferral is a good idea. I think one of the concerns of staff has to do with the driveways, and if there's a way to minimize their impact as well as the tree, and so there might be a way to redesign that improves the application and to give you the opportunity to do that. I recognize it's not what you actually came here wanting, but I think in the circumstance it's the appropriate thing, so I would move to defer it.
All right, is there a second? Isn't it? All right, all in favor then, deferring? Okay, sir, you're deferred, and I just want to say, I take it you haven't been working with the land use planner, so it'd be good to, when you touch base with forestry, to also touch base with the local community planner on this, because it's a fairly big application. Okay, thanks a lot. All right, folks, I'm going to, move us along here a little more to 19A, and we have another consent application and two associated minor variance applications. And his property address is 279 Pacific Avenue. And let me just tell you what the materials are and what's being sought here. So at 279 Pacific Avenue, there's a request to sever the property into two undersized residential lots. Here's the purpose of the application, at least for part one: to construct a new 3-story detached dwelling with a front integral garage, a front porch with a canopy above, a rear ground floor deck with stairs, a front second floor balcony, and a rear third floor deck above the second floor. This new dwelling will be located on the new rear undersized lot fronting Aziel Street. And part two is part two is going to maintain the existing 2.5 detached dwelling. Committee has the following material and communications. We have a copy of a draft plan of survey, copy of a plan of survey, site plan, floor plans, and elevations. We have a covering letter from Peter Milson as agent. We have a private arborist report. We have correspondence from Mr. Milson in response to urban forestry. We have presentation materials from Mr. Milson as agent. And finally, we have reports and emails from community planning and transportation services. There are further staff reports from development engineering and also from the supervisor of urban forestry. We also have a number of persons opposing this particular application. They are persons on Aziel Street, a number of them on Aziel Street, to at least 5. All right. So I wonder if we could have the applicant or agent come to the mic in person, all right?
Through the chair, just to add to that opposition list, there is also opposition from 277 Pacific Avenue on our list. And we have the agent here in person, and we do have a registered speaker in opposition to this application as well on the line.
All right. Thank you very much. All right, sir, perhaps you give us like a cogent summary of your application and the variances that you're seeking. And since in the last case where we were just talking about trees again, I think this is another situation where there's an urban forestry report, and its first position would be that the applications be deferred, would be refused. Okay. But why don't you just start us off with the consent application, and perhaps you can kind of marry that with the provisions under the Planning Act that deal with subdivision criteria.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. Peter Milchin, 192 Lakeshore Road West.
Thank you.
So I am the agent for this combined consent and minor variance application. The address is 279 Pacific, but really the issue under consideration is Aziel Street. Aziel Street is a bit of a unique circumstance in the city. It is not a laneway, it is an actual public street with a full right-of-way. For whatever reason, historically, the west side was not developed with homes. Rather, it was allowed for Pacific to have deeper lots. The east side of Aziel was developed with shallow lots with detached or semi-detached homes lining the entire street. So in terms of the consent application, I believe what we're proposing is consistent with what the Planning Act directs and with the city's official plan. There are subsized lots along the east side of Aziel Street and a number of subsized lots on the west side of Aziel Street as well. So the lot pattern that we are proposing to establish on this property is consistent with what is seen on both sides of the street throughout Aziel.
Okay.
The two most recent consent applications on this street were in 2010 and 2012 on the west side of Aziel, and they had comparable lots and lot sizes to what we are proposing here. In terms of the variances for the existing home are technical as a result of the request to reduce the size of the lot. The variances requested for the new lot, they are related primarily to a couple of issues. What I want to point out is what we are proposing for the new lot is a detached home where the side yard setbacks meet the zoning bylaw. The height meets the zoning bylaw with the exception of the rear main wall and the width of the dormer. The dwelling length meets the requirements of the bylaw and meets the requirements of coverage under the bylaw. The variances, as I mentioned, the rear main wall, because the dormer is a bit wider, that triggers a variance for height. And because of the size of the lot, it's not possible to achieve rear yard setback compliance or front yard setback compliance. I want to point out that what we did attempt to do in placing the new dwelling on the lot was to ensure that there was a suitable separation distance between the existing home and the new home, and that separation distance is just over 8.3 meters. So were this to be a laneway house, we would be more than in compliance under that requirement. The other variances relate to platforms and projections in large measure because we have a highly articulated front facade, which the owner and the designer wanted to create some architectural interest in the proposed dwelling. In terms of the forestry comments, which maybe I'll address further after you've heard from some of the objectors.
Okay.
If we were to apply for a laneway house, we could build this very same dwelling as a two-story dwelling as of right, which would then, would be maybe a slightly different conversation with urban forestry. In the submission materials before you, you can see drawing Z13, which shows that we have actually come up with a design for the foundation on the south side of the lot, abutting 277, to push the foundation further away from the lot line in order to provide greater protection to the roots of that tree, because in fact, we want to try and preserve that particular tree with a permit to injure, not a permit to remove.
Yeah. Okay. All right, thank you. Members, any questions? Mr. Milson?
Are there any speakers?
Oh, indeed.
Yes, through the chair, there is a
Yes.
speaker.
Thanks, Mr. Milson. So if you just step aside for a moment, then we'll have the, yes, for sure. There are a number of objectors, so we do want to hear from them.
Hello? Hello?
Hi there, good afternoon. We got someone on the line?
Yes, hello, my name is Erin Lee.
Yes, could you speak a little louder, please?
Yep, can you hear me?
A little bit, even speak up a little more be great, yes.
Okay.
Can we get your name and address, first of all?
Yeah, it's Erica Lee, and it's for 277 Pacific Ave.
Is that okay? Right. All right, so you've heard some. There's an application to sever the lands, essentially create, well, there'll be 2 lots in total, and then there are various variances. So what's your position on this?
Yeah, so my name is Erica Lee, representing my brother, Adam Lee, who's actually owner of 277 Pacific Avenue, which is the house immediately beside and south of 79. Unfortunately,
I'm just looking at a sketch here. Is that like north or south of the subject property?
it's immediately beside and south of 279.
Oh, yes, okay. I see it now. Thank you. Go ahead.
Perfect.
Yeah.
So my brother couldn't make it to the hearing today, so he just asked that I convey on his behalf his support to the proposed project by the owner of 279, actually the withdrawal of his objection. My brother had had continuous discussions with the applicant, and they have come to a mutual settlement. At this time, he would like to withdraw submission of objection and also comment are in support of the removal, if necessary, of that specific tree noted in the application as potentially being injured by the proposed development. So overall, we feel that this will be beneficial to the neighborhood and sort of for housing.
Yeah, some of that was cutting out, but I think I heard then there's been some discussion, and at this point, you're in support of the application. Is that right?
Correct.
Yeah. Thanks very much, then. We'll hear from an additional neighbor or speaker. Madam Deputy Secretary Treasurer, how many do we have? Online?
Through the chair, that's it. That was the only registered speaker.
Only registered speaker. All right, thank you. All right, back then to Mr. Milson. Yeah, okay. Well, just, okay, sure. You want to direct?
Sorry. You can go ahead, Mr. Chair.
Well, all right, back to Mr. Milson. I was just say, so the only deputy we heard is in support of the applications.
Yeah, and so I was going to say I was right to ask for the speaker first because she actually answered the question I was going to ask you, which was, has there been discussions with the neighbor whose tree would be removed and how those went? So that worked for that tree, which I take from the tree protection plan as the spruce tree B, but there is another tree on the other side that has the same issue, and so I do want to know what's happened with respect to that one, the locust tree D, which is on the neighbor to the north's property, whether there have been discussions with that neighbor and what their position is about something that will affect their tree.
Thank you for the question. Honestly, I can't recall now whether I submitted it to the committee, but we do have a letter of support from 281 Pacific, which is the property to the north with one of the honey locusts that would have to be removed, whereby they agreed to the removal of the tree, obviously at the applicant's expense.
Madam Secretary Treasurer, do we have that letter in our materials or late materials?
Through the chair, we'll just have staff look that up. Sorry, through the chair to the agent, when was that letter submitted?
Oh, we've had so much back and forth. I'd have to be able to go into my emails to see when there was a response to, I think as part of the response to urban forestry, that letter would have been included.
It appears that staff has located.
Yes, thank you.
Is this the email?
It's an email, yes. There you go.
Okay, that's helpful. Thank you.
Okay. All right, sir, I'm looking at one of the parts, just in terms of the minor variances. I think there are a total of 12 variances that are being sought. We haven't taken you through those, but I might just ask about one or two. The amount of soft landscaping is being reduced, and it's harder for us to see that or accept that, and just in terms of modern runoff, et cetera. So I see a minimum of 75% of the front yard landscaped open space must be in the form of soft landscaping, and in this case, only 40% is being provided. Let's see.
Yeah, the amount of space that is under discussion there is 1 square meter.
Really?
Yes. So the existing garage is set back approximately 0.3 meters from the lot line, as are our neighbors on either side. So we're proposing to build the house essentially on where the garage front wall is now. It's not possible to meet the zoning requirements of 6 meters for a front yard because there would not be enough land left to build anything worthwhile. And this is consistent with the lot pattern on the street where many homes are built to the lot line or close to.
It's helpful to know. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, what forestry have not taken into consideration, and I believe there's a drawing in that package related to forestry comments, is the existing frontage on Asiel is essentially entirely paved over with parking. As part of this application, we will have a single-car garage, a single-car driveway, and slightly in excess of 50% of the boulevard will then be soft landscaping, roughly 5 by 5 meters, which I believe is sufficient in order to plant a tree. So the idea is we would do soft landscaping and plant a tree in the boulevard, obviously subject to urban forestry and transportation's approval and selection of a tree. So we actually will be improving the conditions at the front of the property as compared to what we have now.
Okay, and yes, you work it out with the city, whatever you have to deal with in terms of the road allowance, right? Because it's what you've just said, that landscaping is going to be on city road allowance.
Within the boulevard,
Yeah.
engineering has submitted a memo saying that as a condition of approval, they want the curb rebuilt and sidewalk rebuilt. So the sidewalk is adjacent to the curb, an existing sidewalk, but it's in poor condition. So we will have approximately 5 meters between the front lot line and the inside edge of the sidewalk. And that area will be soft landscaped, and we would like to plant a tree there.
much. Members, any questions for Mr. Milson?
Yeah, in fact, and thanks for drawing us to the engineering staff report. That's a condition that they're looking to have imposed, and that's a condition that your client would find acceptable to have the full curb, gutter, and soft landscaping. Along
Yes.
Yeah. Okay.
Right. All right, members, is there any need to go into committee, or someone wants to put forward a motion concerning these applications?
Well, in committee, I do think it's worth noting that, you know, regardless of the neighbors being all right with the trees being taken down, urban forestry isn't. They do recommend a refusal. But in the alternative, numbers 2 and 3, I think on balance, this application is supportable, though, despite that, because I do think it's going to significantly improve the streetscape on Asiel, which right now is a nice neighborhood street similar to the others in the area on one side of the street, and then laneways on the other, up to only even a certain point. So I think on the whole it makes sense. Hope that a tree does get planted in that front boulevard, but I don't think that's a condition we can impose. So I did want to pay some homage to the fact that urban forestry doesn't want this to go forward. I don't, but I think on balance that it's minor and appropriate for the location. And again, coming back to what I said on the previous application about consents being about more than just whether or not they're minor, it has more to do, there's more of a consideration of planning merits for consents, but I think that this location, that's clearly met because it's creating a lot on a street that has this unusual condition.
Yes, thank you. And is there a seconder for that motion?
Through the
Yes,
chair,
sorry.
sorry, I'll just add that the urban forestry memo pertains just to part 1, so it's just for the minor variance application, and it relates to part 1, just to make that clear for any conditions of consideration.
Okay, so through the chair to Madam Secretary Treasurer, do we need separate motions for the consent and then for the variances, or can I just do it all as one motion?
Through the chair, it depends, I guess, what the motion will be. If you want to have specific conditions, we can do one motion, but you just have to specify
what
the conditions.
to each.
Yes,
So
correct.
So I'll try to get it right, and let me know if I don't. So my motion is to approve the severance subject to the engineering conditions, and then to approve both minor variances with a 0415/24 being subject to forestry conditions 2 and 3.
Is there a seconder for that motion? Yes, Mr. Bissonnette. All right. Those in favor then with the consent and the variance applications, all right. This appears to be approved unanimously, Madam Secretary Treasurer. Thank you. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
I'm sorry? Yeah. Okay. Members, just before we get into the next item, we're going to take a short 5 or 6 minute break, and then we'll all be back. I see we're going to have another consent application. Unusual for Toronto and East York. Okay.
Okay.
Sorry.
The suspense builds. Okay. Okay. All right.
I turned it off just while we were waiting for the clock to run out.
All right, as we come back into session here, so we're turning next on our agenda to item number 20. The property address is 33 Davisville Avenue and 60 BALLIOL Street. I know it's an application for consent to sever. There are no minor variance applications here. And I'll just wanted to state its purpose and then outline what the city already has in terms of material and reports. So what is requested is to obtain consent to sever the property into two lots to maintain existing easements rights-of-way as well as to create new easements rights-of-way. Committee had before it the following: a copy of a draft plan of survey, that's good so we can see the parts, copy of plan of survey, site plan, and floor plans. We have a covering letter from Mr. Platt as agent. We have quite a few former decisions of the Committee of Adjustment. Going back looks like it 2004. So quite a few decisions. We'll see if we need to reference those. There's an arborist report, private arborist report. There's confirmation of separate servicing letter prepared by David D. Orio of Dillon Consulting. There's a lot area certificate chart received June 4th, 2024. That should be quite helpful. The commenting agency, we have email correspondence from Transportation Engineering. We also have staff reports from the Manager of Development Engineering and Construction Services. As well, we have a community planning report. Right, those are the matters that we have. Good afternoon, Mr. Platt. You're here representing the owner, and perhaps you could outline for us then the consent applications that are sought, and why, in your opinion, the subdivision criteria under Section 51 of the Planning Act, how you see those as being met or not met.
Thank you very much, sir. Through you, Mr. Chair, good afternoon. My name is Aaron Platt. I am counsel and agent to the owner of the subject lands, which is a numbered company, 3414493 Canada Inc. We are here today seeking two consents. The first is, as the chair mentioned, to sever the lots. Right now it is a rather large and sort of peculiarly shaped lot known municipally as 33 Davisville Avenue and 60 BALLIOL. It is a through lot, so there's frontage on both sides. And also to create an easement, so a separate consent to create an easement to allow access between the lots for pedestrian and vehicular usage. The matter before you is in many respects, while it may on first blush seem complicated, it's actually rather straightforward as a result of the extensive planning background and planning applications that the matter has gone through community planning and have been approved by council, save and except for the site plan application, which is currently in circulation with community planning and the various other circulation departments. The subject lands are located just east of Yonge Street on the south side of Davisville, or I guess just on the north side of BALLIOL. As I mentioned, it's a through lot with approximately 73 meters of frontage on Davisville and 72 on BALLIOL Street. There is a funny sort of finger that stretches out, and you can see it there on the plan that's now been up on the screen. That little finger is actually subject to a separate consent to be severed and attached to the lot to the south of it in a different application, but that transaction has not yet been completed, so technically it's part of this one and it has to be identified because we can't say it's not part of the lot anymore. 33 Davisville, which is the teal, 33 Davisville, frankly, or the municipal address there, is currently has on it a 21-story, 266-unit apartment building built in the 1970s, and an area of privately owned open space, which is the one that has the municipal address assigned of 60 BALLIOL Street. The application before you today proposes no changes whatsoever to 33 Davisville, the existing apartment building. That is as per the rental housing declaration filed with the application. All existing 266 units will continue to be managed as rental properties by the owner. Just by way of background, as I mentioned, this matter has been before council before. In February of this year, February 6th to be precise, City Council approved both an official plan amendment and a zoning bylaw application to redesignate a portion of the property, that's the portion to the south, as an area of apartment neighborhoods, and to amend the zoning bylaw to permit a new 41-story, 540-unit residential building with frontage onto BALLIOL Street. Mr. Chair, through you, one of the questions to one of the previous, related to one of the previous applications, spoke to a major transit station area. So this is precisely the type of intensification in an apartment neighborhood that the province is directing us towards, and this application helps to facilitate the application that's already been processed at a higher level. This is sort of just one of those steps we need to work through so that the new building is on technically a separate lot. For practical and operational reasons, that is the reason we're seeking the severance. There will be some shared facilities between the buildings, and one of which is the parking garage, which is why we are seeking the second consent, which is for the easement or the permanent right-of-way to allow the buildings to interact as required. You can see on the plan that the various parts are 2, 6, 9 are located towards the southeast corner of the lands, and that's the separate site for the proposed new development. That's sort of the yellow. And parts 1, 3, 4, 5, and 10, which is the existing 33 Davisville Avenue property. Again, the easement is to be over parts 10 and 11, and some of those are, the plan itself is a stratified plan, meaning there's different pages for different levels or geodetic heights to demonstrate, at various levels where these easements are going to run, and because some of the ramps are already there, we can actually already identify those. As Mr. Chair had mentioned, this matter has been circulated through staff. Planning staff, as noted in the report, have no issues with the proposed consents. They are consistent with plans submitted with the site plan application and, most importantly, reflect the plans submitted with the council-approved official plan and zoning bylaw amendment applications. While I'm on the planning matters, and I note if I could have the indulgence just a few extra minutes, I know I'm getting a little close, but I want to make sure we hit all the nails on the head.
Please.
In terms of Section 51 of the Planning Act and sort of, I guess, 53 by way of 51, matters of interest and the matters to have regard to for this application, many of the matters don't actually rise in this application. They're not particularly applicable because we're not dealing with a typical lot creation type of application. We are dealing with an apartment neighborhoods. In terms of lot patterns, it's not something that in this particular area, the shapes of all the lots for the existing apartments within the apartment neighborhoods are all a bit of an interesting puzzle piece. So there's not a typical pattern of 30 feet of frontage by 30 feet of frontage by 120 feet of depth or something like you might see in a neighborhood that you'd be concerned with. In terms of servicing, the services are already existing service connections, and I'll get to this later when we get to the engineering services comments. Those will be provided and addressed and secured as necessary through the site planning process. So in terms of technically under Section 51 and 53 of the Planning Act, in my respectful submission, this application has due regard to all the applicable criteria. As I mentioned, there's some that just are sort of not applicable given the context of this type of severance. Transportation Services provided a memo, an email, I suppose, dated September 11th with no comments or objections. And as I mentioned, Development Engineering filed a letter dated July 16th. That was the letter to which my client's engineering firm provided a response. There was a response further from the engineering department that was circulated, and I know the committee might have been copied on it, but I think it might have just been issued, a few hours too late to make it onto your agenda. And I have a copy of it on, I'm not sure if we still use the projector. We don't do that anymore. Understood. But there was a letter, a response. I know that Mr. Butler was copied, but like I said, it might have been too late to hit your desk. I'm not sure if it made it.
Through the chair, what was the date of the memo correspondence?
The email from Mr. Nick Farjam was September 13th, 2024 at 3:48 p.m.
Okay, it looks like staff has the memo on the screen. It was part of the package.
Excellent.
Are you able to just blow that up a bit?
And what's the gist of that, Mr. Platt?
So the engineering memo had two conditions noted in it. One was the typical municipal address. In this case, it's more of a if required because there's already a municipal address of 60 BALLIOL assigned to the site. So there's no issue for my client on that one. The other was originally the engineering report did reference the need to demonstrate that there would be two separate services or separate service connections. The letter was provided, and I think that assisted staff in remembering that, yes, this application is formally under a site plan process. And so, and in the words of the engineer from the city, since there is an active site plan application and the site plan application number is listed for the site, we can secure the service connections through that process if applicable. So there's not a particular concern with that issue. And that was
suggesting it really be handled that way as opposed to being added a condition of severance. Is that it?
correct.
See.
And frankly,
Through the chair, I would just note, so this correspondence, this wasn't to staff, this was to the applicant's team? Is that it?
but it was, but I do note that I believe the committee was copied.
We're copied, but just for future reference, any conditions or any comments like this have to go directly to staff. You can submit it as part of your correspondence like you've done, but in terms of official conditions, we don't have any superseding official conditions from engineering, so I just need to make that clear for the members to point out the distinction in this case.
Thank you.
Well, that was my only concern and issue was as engineering would want to make sure that they've got separate municipal services for the two parcels of land. Other members, any questions for Mr. Platt relating to this?
I would note that I checked the record as of yesterday, and I hadn't seen any objections or anything on the application portal website for the city. I do understand that there may be a member of the public here to speak to the matter. I'm happy to answer any questions now or after the speaker or the other speaker, as it may be more appropriate to do so. I'm in your hands in that respect, but
Sure, through the chair, we do have a registered speaker.
We'll go to the speaker, Mr. Platt, and then we'll come back to you. Then, yeah.
Thank
you very
you. So
much.
we have a registered speaker in interest on the line.
Hello, good afternoon.
Hello, good afternoon.
Yes, could we have your name and municipal address, please?
Yes, my name is Daniel Knapp, and municipal address is 225 Davisville Avenue.
Okay. And we understand you're a person of interest with respect to this severance application. Yes, can you tell us about your position, whether you're in support or against, and just what your position is?
Neither at this point, sort of leaning to against, but so I have been a local resident, a resident local to the area for about the last 20 years or so. And really, I'm brand new to this process, and I wanted to join to understand a little bit more how this unfolds.
Okay.
The questions that I have are kind of more general, maybe not specific to this property, but the neighborhood in general. And so yes, how this process kind of works is I'm sort of beginning to gain a little understanding, but I also wanted to understand how these changes are going to impact the neighborhood. So things like any challenges or benefits to the neighborhood, especially considering the other proposed development applications in the area. I think there's about 5 or 6 between Yonge Street through to Mount Pleasant Avenue that are in the works. Another consideration might be local resource utilization and the sustainability of that. So things like vehicular traffic, any studies around vehicular traffic, the green space, things like mental health. So the high-rise, essentially I don't want to see it become something like Yonge and Eglinton, which is kind of concrete jungle, glass and chrome. And I do really enjoy the green space. It's a little bit of an oasis in this particular application. So I'm kind of really protective of the green space in the area. Concerned about increased traffic flow, especially in context of the other 5 or 6, I think there's 5 development applications in progress. So general question, I guess, to this application is, are there considerations for these concerns I've raised?
I guess in response to that, I would say, like, under the Planning Act, person owner can apply for various things, and one is to divide the land. And when that kind of application goes in, it goes through multiple city departments. So if there are concerns, if you've heard any of this afternoon, urban forestry, for example, or engineering, and engineering in this case, just concerned with when the lots are severed, that they each have their own separate municipal services. It's less so on the broader question, sir, in the sense of we're not here are concerned about other possible development applications that are in that area. Let's see. All right, well, I'll just leave it there, and if there are no questions from my from fellow members here, I'll put the question back to Mr. Platt as a representative of the owner. But members, any questions? No. Okay. Mr. Platt, just to this speaker, what might you respond, please?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Through you, you are correct, sir. There are broader planning matters that are addressed through official plan amendments, zoning amendments, sometimes minor variances, and consents to do lot severances or what have you. This is a bit more of a lot orientation severance rather than a lot creation severance, and I hope that's some assistance to the gentleman on the phone. In particular, in relation to two items, and you might have seen that I spoke to my client for a moment just to get some statistics that I thought might be helpful. The first thing I'd reference is if we look at the plan on the screen, in the bottom right corner, there's a part that's sort of next to the yellow, but it's sort of colored green.
Yes, that's it.
That is a public park that through the development process is going to be conveyed at site plan as a typical condition of site plan pursuant to section 42 of the Planning Act would be conveyed as a condition of site plan approval. So that's part of the development application itself will be conveyed. We identified it as a separate part on the plan so as to not need to waste time down the road and do yet another reference plan to just identify the park. We're doing a reference plan and depositing it at the land registry office, might as well handle both at the same time. So
that conveyance is not coming, conveyance of the park, that's not coming with this particular application.
no, my understanding is that the staff's intention as part of the broader planning context is to have that conveyed as a condition of site plan approval, but I did think it responded to the gentleman's concern over the availability of public open space. And second, there was some concern over vehicular traffic in the area, and this sort of speaks to one of the other panel members' comments about transit-oriented development in the area. And in this particular area, the parking ratio for this building is quite low. It's 0.18 space per unit, and that's really only there to accommodate for accessible spaces and visitor spaces. Resident spaces will be next to nil, which some might think is counterintuitive, but the reality is when you're this close to transit, you don't want to build a bunch of parking spaces because that does generate traffic. People who have cars want to park them. If you don't have a car, you're not going to be in a building that has no parking. You're going to be in a building that's near transit, so you use it. And so this is very much promoting a decrease in the amount of additional traffic that would otherwise increase with the addition of new residents. So just speaking to those matters, and I'm not sure that they relate entirely to the consent application, but given some of the comments from the gentleman on the phone, I thought it might be helpful to just lay that out as a friend of the committee.
Just as a follow-up to that, I don't think it pertains so much to the consent, which I see as pretty technical, but I think it might help the gentleman who called a lot of the considerations that he raised in terms of servicing for this building, adequate amenities in the neighborhood, and all of the traffic studies and shadowing studies. I'm sure all of that was part of the official plan and zoning application, so it has been considered through that process.
Through you, Mr. Chair, I would expect so. I'm involved in a number of development applications across the city and region and the province, and the host of materials that need to be provided as part of an official plan amendment, zoning amendment, and then as we drill down closer to grade, so to speak, site plan, which gets quite technical, are quite expansive. If the gentleman has the use of computer and internet access, he could probably Google, I think it's the Toronto Application Center or portal, but it'll come up. Google will know what you're talking about. And from there, you can type in an address. It'll pinpoint the application. You click on the site. A few little drop menus pop out, and if you click through, you can actually access the supporting documentation that is filed with the application. And if it's of interest to you, you can read functional servicing reports, traffic reports, pedestrian, alternative pedestrian strategy reports, community services reports, architectural reports, shadow studies. The list is quite actually exhaustive, but those are available and as part of an application before either the committee or council, the materials submitted as part of those applications are public and available, and they can be downloaded and reviewed. Welcome.
And I would just add, in your initial presentation, you mentioned there's been an OP designate, OP change with respect to say, the yellow part, the lower, yeah. So just a person on the phone, so a much higher level planning decision has been considered recently and made. So just wanted to advise you of that. Thanks very much for your concern. Good to hear. All right, members, I think we're back now into committee, and I'm prepared to entertain a motion.
Yeah, I'm inclined to support these applications before us as an example of intensification and transit-oriented development. So I move to approve the consent to sever in its entirety.
Through the chair, just to point out, so again, back to the engineering report. So the official report that we have from engineering, of course, there's the standard engineering conditions that are applied in a consent, and then there's anything additional that's added via engineering report for your consideration. There's 2 engineering conditions, one of which is actually a standard condition related to municipal numbering, which is included always, it's standard. The other is in regards to submitting a signed and sealed certificate letter by a professional engineer to confirm that each of the newly severed properties are separately municipally serviced, water and sanitary. So I know again that the agent for this application has some correspondence with engineering that was submitted well after the late materials date, and it was not in your actual packages for your consideration at that time. So again, just to reiterate for the record, our only official conditions we have from engineering are within the ECS report in your package. So for your consideration, that is what the conditions would be if you choose to impose those additional engineering conditions.
Yes, but we heard from Mr. Platt, who has a great deal of development experience, is that would come to fruition when the site plan application is fully grown. So I don't feel that that it needs to be added as a condition to the consent that's before us today. That's my view, members. Okay. So. Mr. Goshen, yeah.
Well, it was Mr.
I'm sorry, you're right, it was Mr. Motion, okay. So, I mean, we would have the consent to the usual conditions. The standard conditions should be added, and just looking at you, Madam Deputy Secretary Treasurer, because, of course, everything from addresses and reference plans and proof of taxes being paid, so those standard conditions should be added to any severance application. Okay.
So did you accept this, the engineering condition as well?
Well, I think the idea is to put in the standard severance engineering conditions, but not necessarily the specific additional ones.
Well, there is a
staff report.
Sorry, we are in the middle of. I know you're in the middle of motion, but what Secretary Treasurer mentioned is I think we all have that report dated July 16, 2024. On our packages, it's engineering staff report, like the second documents from the bottom.
Yeah, and I think what the chair has suggested is not actually to impose those conditions because of what he heard from the applicant. To be honest, I could go either way because I think engineering could always just clear these conditions if we did include them and they weren't needed. But on the other hand, I do also agree that it's going through site plan control and anything that, and this is such a technical variance, such a technical type of consent that I would support either motion with them or without. So I leave it to you, Mr. Bissonnette, to.
With standard conditions and without the additional conditions.
Okay, I'll second it.
Motion. All right, all in favor of that? So for 3, all right. It is passed unanimously. Thank you, Mr. Platt, and everyone on that application. We can go back to looking at minor variances. All right.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. It was a pleasure to be back in person. This was my first time back since the pandemic, so it is a pleasure to be back. Thank you very much for your time.
All right, just looking at our application, trying to continue to move us along. Item 21 is 277 Arlington Avenue, and I just need a moment to get to that. All right. Oh, we put the application. Sorry. Sorry, I had got some technical help that, okay, let's see if I can get back to where I am here. Okay, yeah. Very good. Chair needs a few seconds to just to get stuff up here. Right, yeah. All right, yes, on Arlington Avenue. 277 Arlington Avenue, then we have a minor variance application. Here's the purpose: to alter the existing two-story semi-detached dwelling by constructing a front basement addition underneath the existing front covered porch, front and rear basement walkouts, and a rear ground floor deck. Also to reconstruct the existing front covered porch with stairs, and to demolish the existing rear ground floor deck. There'll be a total of 2 residential dwelling units, 1 primary unit and 1 secondary unit located within the basement on this lot. Committee has before it the following communications: copy of minutes from the June 5th public hearing, copy of a plan of survey, site plan, floor plans and elevations, 2 photographs of trees on the subject property, covering a letter from Mr. Branco Lidoff, if I'm pronouncing that correctly, as agent, a private arborist report, and finally, from commenting agencies here at the city, we have a staff report from Urban Forestry. Yes, and a number of reports from Urban Forestry. Good. All right, could the owner or applicant, someone present here in person or online, would they please identify themselves and give us your municipal address? Thank you.
Through you, Mr. Chair, we have the agent online, and for the record, there is no registered speakers for this item.
All right, okay.
Good afternoon. My name is Branko Mladenov. I'm the architect agent. My address is 314 Vaughan Road.
All right, thank you. And I see that there are 4 variances from the zoning bylaw that you're asking. Okay. All right. Main walls. Yeah, sorry, sir. Just taking a quick look at the variances again. All right, variance 3, sir, you got the bylaw requirement that says essentially 100% of the front yard is to be required as landscaping, and we've only got 40% here. What's your position on this with respect to a request for less landscaping?
Actually, we asked for deferral at the last hearing because we received the report from the Urban Forestry. We heard about it on the hearing, and after that we had correspondence with the Urban Forestry, and here it included email approval from the Urban Forestry.
Sorry, I'm just going to interject for a moment. I'm sorry you're having a little problem hearing you, but I'm just taking a look. Then I see that there are minutes from a prior meeting that dealt with this, and it deferred it, eh? And to give you an opportunity to consult with Urban Forestry to resolve the tree issue and to potentially revise the plans, particularly regarding the basement walkout, and the matter be rescheduled. Okay, so it's back before us, and Tell us what revision then that you've made, and I take it that you've been able to, have you dealt with a concern of urban forestry on a tree?
Yes, they actually asked us for a reason why we cannot organize a second suite without having the two walkout, because it is very narrow and very long way out. So if we enter just from one side, we would go through all the rooms to come to the last room. Also, without the second basement walkout, we would not be able to provide the required windows areas for daylight. And also the tree number 3, which we were asking to be removed, in our report it is written that this tree would kill other 2 trees near to them. So by the end of all this correspondence and coordination, we received the email from the urban forestry that they approved our proposal as it was.
Okay, just relative to urban forestry, I don't, just in my own notes, I don't see any urban forestry condition. Is that the situation?
Through you, Mr. Chair, we have a very late urban forestry report. It's in your package.
Okay.
Urban forestry is now just requesting condition number 1.
Oh, yeah.
So
Thank you.
they're no longer requesting denial. They're just requesting condition number 1.
I see that note now. Thank you. Yes, from the supplementary agenda. Yes, condition number 1. Sir, the urban forestry is just going to, it's wants as a condition, condition number 1 in terms of an application to either injure or take down the tree. So that sounds good. Okay. Now, so I may have cut you off, sir. I started to talk about the change or the reduction in front yard landscaping. Can you address the condition of tell us about the situation right now and why that can't be expanded?
I mean, in my cover letter, I have shown some analysis of the areas. It is extremely small, like front yard. We do not comply with the landscape requirements because the porch is close to setback lines. So if we, let's say, make the smaller porch, very small porch, in that case, we would comply with the soft landscaping, but it is in total, we are talking about 1 square meter of the landscaping. Okay. So last time during the hearing, committee was requiring also forestry to clarify items number 4. So it's the only item number 4 because of which we asked for deferral. 3 items, number 1, 2, and 3, they were accepted by the committee.
I'm getting the idea that it's not simple. Members, there are 4 minor variance requests in front of us. Are there any questions to the speaker about any of those? All right, seeing none, and good to hear the urban forestry matter then has been massaged. Can I have a motion considering this application, please?
Yes, I would be glad to move approval. It was deferred before to give a chance to work with urban forestry, and they did. And I believe adding a basement suite in this location is desirable. And if you look at the variances required to do it, they are all fairly minor, or at least in keeping with the sort of existing fabric of that street. So for those reasons, I think the variances meet the 4 tests and move to approve it, subject to forestry condition number 1.
Yes. Is there a seconder for that motion? Yes, and Ms. Zilma, thank you very much. All right, all in favor? All right, sir, the committee has approved those minor variances and with the condition that urban forestry has asked for, condition number 1, so you'll need to make an application to them. But other than that, you are approved. Thank you. Okay. 2248 Chestnut Park. Let's just get to that. Move. All right, committee is turning now to look at item 2248 Chestnut Park. Here's the purpose: is to alter the existing 2 1/2 story semi-detached dwelling by constructing east side and rear 2-story additions and a ground floor deck. Committee has before it the following communications: plan of survey, site plan, floor plans, and elevations, 4 photographs of trees, chart of comparable minor variance applications, presentation materials from Tom Sprague as agent. In terms of commenting agents, we have staff, we have a community planning staff report, and we have an urban forestry application as well. There's one form letter in support signed by owners or occupants of 48A Chestnut Park that was received on September the 11th. All right, let me just turn to that item and call up.
Through the chair, we have the agent online and no registered speakers for this item.
All right. All right, just coming to the mic, please, the agent on this application for 48 Chestnut Park. And I'm just as you're coming to that, sir, we have 5 minor variances being asked for. Yeah. Okay.
My name is Tom Sprague.
Yes.
Sprague and Company Architects, and our address here in Toronto is 156 Duncan Mill Road. Just to give a very brief background to this application.
Please.
The owners have lived in the house for over 10 years, and they do now require additional living space for their family and would like to build extensions on the 1st and 2nd floor. And I think the best thing to explain the scope of it, if you could pull up the supporting material that was submitted on September the 11th. Yes, that's a sketch there. This shows the extent of where they're actually adding on. Where at the top you see the shaded in gray is the extension, which goes out about 3 meters further than the existing back wall. And that's on the 1st story. Just to put it in perspective of the neighborhood, if you look two doors west, there's another house that actually the back wall there would extend out further than what we're proposing to do. And then the other extension, which they like to do, is on the 2nd floor, and we've hatched that in red. And basically, the idea of that is it would line up with very close to the rear wall of the immediate neighbor to the west. And if you scroll down, there's a photograph there we go. That's the neighbor to the west, and that's the extent of the 2nd floor component that would come out. So we're just sort of lining up strictly with that. On the 2nd floor level, just to line up with the neighbor to the west.
So that 2nd floor, sorry, it lines up with that shed.
Yeah, that's 2nd floor, that's right. Okay. So we're basically lining up with that.
Thanks, yeah.
That's the idea on that one. Mm-hmm. And with respect to the variances that you do see before you, I wonder if you could also pull up our other supporting material, and that was posted on September the 4th. If you could... that we submitted September 4th, our supporting material. Yeah, there it is right there. And it sort of shows just a range in the area of both with respect to building length and floor space index. And as can be seen here, just even the last year, number 72 Chestnut Park and 73 both had length variances in FSI more than what we're asking for today. So what's being proposed here is certainly in keeping with the size and scale of other properties in the area. So you mentioned there was a letter of support, but there's been good communication with all the neighbors, and they are supportive, and as evidence, there's a letter of support from the neighbor to the east as well. With respect also to community planning. We've had good communication with them, and I should say they're supportive of what we're proposing, but they like to apply a condition on it that it be tied to plans, and I think they sent a staff report into that effect, and that would be totally fine to make it conditional upon tying it to the plans as they've described that you've got up on the screen. So that would be totally acceptable to add that in as a condition. And the last thing I'm just going to mention is with respect, there's been communication from Urban Forestry, but for the committee's information, an arborist report has been prepared and submitted. And so what I would suggest that you use condition number 2, and then obviously it's going to be reviewed by them, that the report will be reviewed by them, and then of course they have to make the decision. But if you could apply the condition number 2, I think that's what I think would be appropriate. Just in summary, I feel that what's being proposed, as I mentioned earlier, is in keeping with the size and scale of other homes and their support in the neighborhood, and also our communication with planning, that they're likewise supported. So I do feel it's an appropriate development. Thank you.
Thank you. Just in looking at my concerns and looking at variants 2 and 3, it seemed to me that those are fairly large jumps in length and depth. But can you just take us back to that comparable chart? Because you were
oh, sure.
I think you were indicating.
This.
Yeah, that.
There, yeah.
So for building length, so there are some. Right.
Oh, there's a lot in there. Rosedale's got a mix of quite a few things, but if you look at the length,
I'm seeing
72
36,
Chestnut Park was very long, very long, extremely long actually. But if you look at the other ones, we're basically the other ones that are larger, and also the floor space index is in keeping with other big homes, and these are just committee of adjustment decisions. So I do feel that in this view, the additions are not huge in that sense, and but they certainly would like space for their family to. For additional living space. And as said, community planning is, we've had good discussions with them, and they fully understood the situation, and they are supportive.
All right, that's right. All right, thank you, sir, and members. I'll just, my own notes, at least confirm that. I think that community plan, the planning staff are saying, why don't you tie it to site plan and elevation drawings to ensure those variances are that. Anyway, any questions for Mr. Sprague as agent?
No.
None? Okay.
No,
yeah, okay.
One
question, sir.
It's just such an oddly shaped lot, and part of your client's home is going to be built literally behind the home of the semi that it's attached to. So I did see that the neighbors there signed a form letter in support. Can you just advise if you're aware of any communications with them about the application?
Oh, most definitely. The owners have been in communication and gone through the design process long before we even submitted in. So that's why they're supportive. It is an unusual lot, but that's Rosedale. But in fact, they have windows that look straight out at the side. It sort of jogs in. So it's an unusual lot. But no, there's been definite communication, and if they weren't happy, they wouldn't have signed that letter. No, so there's definitely been good communication between the two properties.
Okay, thank you.
All right. Any other questions at all for Mr. Sprague? And there's no other deputy on this. Nice. Thanks very much. Yeah. Okay. All right, Mr. Sprague. Okay, we're just going to go into committee and discuss this. If we have any further questions, we'll come out and ask you. But members, then we have this application. 5 variances are requested. We've had input from community planning and urban forestry. Okay. If you feel, can you bring forward a motion then on this?
Yes.
Yes,
please.
Mr.
Chair, before I give a motion, I just want to clarify urban forestry, because earlier report, they asked for refusal. Is the new one condition number 2?
I think Mr.
Through the
Sprague
chair.
mentioned number 1, but have we got?
Sorry, through the chair, sorry, if I could just speak officially
yeah.
on the urban forestry report. So the urban forestry report that we have still recommends denial of variance number 2, 3, and 5. And then they have a note at the end of their condition memo saying, if despite urban forestry's recommendation, the committee of adjustment panel approves the requested variances, urban forestry requests the variances be subject to the following conditions, and that is urban forestry number 2 condition.
Great, thank you very much for clarification. Okay, with that note, I would like to put forward a motion to approve this application subjected to the condition of city staff dated on September 11, 2024. The condition is that the owner shall construct the proposal substantial accordance with the site plan, west elevation, north elevation, and east elevation, and also subjected to urban forestry condition number 2.
All right, is there a seconder for that motion? Yes, Mr. Maisonette. Thank you. All right, all in favor of that motion? Appears to, has passed unanimously. The approval has been given with those 2 conditions. Thank you, Mr. Sprague. All right, moving over to, I see 2 items and then a short break. Moving on to item 23, I'm just going to take a moment here. This application concerns 11 Brock Avenue. Here's the purpose of the application. It's to construct a new 4-story apartment building with 1 mechanical penthouse level above, containing 42 affordable dwelling units, with an internal courtyard on the ground level, an internal terrace, outdoor amenity space on the 2nd story, above the ground level, all right, a terrace, outdoor amenity space on a south portion of the 3rd story above the 2nd story, and a green roof on the north portion of the 4th story. The committee has before it the following communications: copy of plan of survey, site plan, floor plans, and elevations, 4 photographs of the subject property received July 25th, a covering letter from Kelly Graham and Aaron Budd as agents, an axonometric projections prepared by a firm of architects, and transportation assessment prepared by BA Group, and finally a copy of correspondence from the application technician here of Committee of Adjustment and the zoning examiner. All right. Finally, commenting agency sector, we have email correspondence from the Transportation Engineering Coordinator, from Transportation Services. Finally, staff reports from the project analyst, third-party review Metrolinx, so we'll see about that, and also from the manager policy, strategic initiatives, policy and analysis received September 11th, 2024. So that's a different city department I'm less acquainted with, but fine. They've reported. And opposition, we have correspondence from Adon Dodds at 29 Noble Street, and this was received September 10th, 2024.
Through the chair, we have the agent here in person, as well as 2 registered speakers online in interest.
Okay, speakers in interest. Thank you. That's helpful to know. All right, would the agent, would you please identify yourself, please, your name and your municipal address for our record, please. Oh, I'm sorry. Nice to see someone in person. And could you speak up just a little bit, please, Mike? Yeah. A little louder? Well, we're just going to check, maybe.
Okay, the red light is on. I thought the red light was off. Now we're good. Thank you. Good afternoon. My name is Kelly Graham. I'm a planner and a senior associate with SVN Architects and Planners. We are the planners as well as the designers for the proposed development at 11 Brock Avenue, which is on behalf of the City of Toronto's Housing Secretariat, who are the owners and the applicant on this application. I have a presentation, but I did not realize the protocol had changed for bringing forward material sort of at the table, plugging in or slides or whatnot. First time being back in person with the committee. So I'd appreciate the committee's indulgence. I did submit some things as part of your very late package. I don't know if staff can bring that up. Wonderful. Okay. Appreciate the assistance staff who can flip the slides as we go.
Is this your first time post-pandemic in person? Sure. Okay, we're going to give you some indulgence. Yeah.
I appreciate that. Thank you so much.
Take us through that. Yeah.
So you can flip ahead. 11 Brock Avenue is a proposed supportive housing building for individuals who are at risk of homelessness or transitioning out of homelessness. It will be operated by the Parkdale Activity and Recreation Center, which is an established community agency in the Parkdale neighborhood who currently operates 2 similar homes. The project is a 4-story building with 42 units. It has 178 square meters of indoor amenity area and 252 square meters of outdoor amenity areas. Just to the next slide, please. The outdoor amenity space consists of an internal courtyard that is wrapped by the building, as well as terraces on the 2nd and 3rd level of the east wing. The building is net zero, mass timber, and incorporates sustainable design elements in the landscaping and servicing design. The proposed boulevard improvements, which are the public boulevard on Noble Street and Brock Avenue, are proposed to be improved with a new pedestrian sidewalk, as well as new street trees, bike parking, and street furniture. Currently, the site is vacant. It formerly contained the LCBO, but it's been a vacant lot for some time now, so this is a considerable improvement on the existing condition. Next, please. These diagrams are part of your package. They illustrate some of the key design elements for the proposal, including the outdoor amenity strategy, the ground floor programming, and the stacking of the residential units. Next slide, please. The project was initiated in 2023 with funding through the federal government's Rapid Housing Initiative. As you may be aware, this is a Canada-wide program to get housing built quickly, and there are ambitious timelines associated with any of the projects that have been awarded funding through this program. The project team, which includes the design builder and SVN as a member of that team, has been working on the project since earlier this year. The Parkdale Activity and Recreation Center, the operator, was brought on board just last month. Next, please. This is the site location in Parkdale. It is just north of Queen Street West at the intersection of Brock Street and Noble Street, Brock Avenue and Noble Street. Next. The site is designated neighborhoods in the official plan, and as you know, neighborhoods are intended for housing, primarily lower in scale, as well as community services and commercial and institutional uses that serve the local community. Next. The site, this is the zoning bylaw for the citywide comprehensive zoning bylaw, which is probably the bylaw that this committee deals with most frequently. But as you can see from this slide, the site is what we call a hole in the bylaw, and we are actually going to be looking at the former bylaw 438 for this site. Next, please. Bylaw 438 zones the site as industrial, and that is in recognition that this is a bylaw from 1986, and historically this area of the city has been a mix of residential and light industrial uses due to its proximity to the railway, and this is a pattern that we see up and down the rail corridors throughout the city. The former bylaw actually, however, permits uses that are for the purposes of public service in all zones. So although the bylaw wouldn't strictly permit a residential use in this zone, it is and has been deemed by city legal a public use or for the purpose of the public service, and therefore meets this definition and would be permitted. Next, please. These are the requested variances as reflected in the notice that was circulated to the community, and that's part of your agenda package today. It's important to emphasize that if this site were governed by the current citywide zoning bylaw 569/2013. All of the variances, with the exception of one, would actually disappear, and this would be an as-of-right development. The one variance that would remain under bylaw 569 is the variance for visitor bicycle parking, and this is actually a figment of where that bicycle parking is located. The bicycle parking for visitors is being provided at the rate required. However, given the site constraints, that parking for visitors is going to be provided within the public boulevard as opposed to on the site itself. I think that was my time, so I'll just say in summary, that is my opinion as the planner, that the requested variances in the application maintain the general intent and purpose of the official plan and the zoning bylaws. They're desirable for the appropriate development and use of land, and they are minor in nature, and it is a humble request on behalf of SVN and the City of Toronto's Housing Secretariat that these variances be approved. Thank you.
Just with respect to your variances, do you have any details of what the indoor amenity space would be in a project like this?
So if we can just actually continue flipping 2 slides forward, maybe 2 or 3 slides forward is the last slide of the deck. This is the illustrative section of the building looking north. So the indoor amenity on the ground floor consists of a shared sort of living, eating space. There's a shared kitchen, shared kind of lounge area. There's also some shared indoor amenity on the upper levels on the east wing connected with those outdoor terraces. And the central courtyard is the primary sort of gathering space that is an indoor-outdoor experience for residents. Also on the ground floor, we have the the resident bicycle parking and laundry facilities.
Thank you.
As a follow-up to that, what's the rationale for not including a washroom in, say, the kitchen amenity location?
So that's an excellent question, and I can refer you to the floor plans. It is quite a tight and constrained site. The bathroom kitchen requirement under the former bylaw is not something that we see anymore in the current bylaw, and the bathroom is actually directly outside of that amenity space. It's not within it, but it's just down the hall.
Oh, so there is a washroom without the residents having to go back to their own personal unit?
Yes, there is a shared washroom on the ground floor just at the, I guess if you see the entrance at the bottom left corner in the sort of gray hatch, the washroom is down there versus the just shared kitchen area is on the north side. So just kind of opposite sides of that internal courtyard.
Subjective variance 1, residential, not a permitted use. That's interesting. What do you want to say about that? You mentioned that it was also like formerly a largely industrial area. Yeah.
Sure, I can speak some more about that. So the former bylaw, and there are portions of the city that primarily, in fact, actually in this similar context along rail corridors where there's been this historic pattern of light industrial uses as well as worker housing primarily for people working on the rail line or in factories nearby, that they've existed compatibly over 100 years or so. So my understanding from looking at similar sites to this one is that those areas of the city were withheld from updates through comprehensive zoning bylaw 569/2013 so that individual sites could go through a separate approvals process to get sort of what's appropriate for their existing and emerging context in place. And there's comparable or sort of layering policies in the official plan for many of these areas, not including this one, which is designated as neighborhoods and intended for residential uses. But elsewhere in the city, there are official plan policies that acknowledge and allow for the continued existence of these uses being residential and light industry, which are generally considered to be not compatible, but have been existing compatibly since, the city began hundreds and hundreds, not hundreds and hundreds, but, 100-ish years ago.
All right, members, any questions?
Do we have a speaker or?
We do have 2 interested parties. So do you want to hold that and we'll just?
Yeah, I have one more question, but I think I'll hold it.
Thank you very much. I'll just ask you to just stand aside or stand pat, and we'll call on the first interested party to speak. come to the mic or come online.
Elizabeth.
Sorry,
no.
was that me? I couldn't hear.
Hi there, good afternoon. Yes, could you just identify
I,
yourself?
assuming it's me. My name's Elizabeth Nobes. I reside at 45 Noble Street. I've lived there for 22 years.
Okay.
It's a house I live in.
Yes, all right.
Sorry, the sound has suddenly gone off.
Can you hear us okay?
Now I can, yeah, that's
All
better.
right, okay.
I have a few concerns. The first being the height, as the maximum permitted building height is 14 meters, which is approximately 46 feet. And this is being proposed at 62 feet, which is quite a bit different than the allowed amount. And this is not an industrial space. This is a residential street with a lot of families living on it, as well as tenants in duplexes and such. That's a large building that's going to be being placed amidst all our houses. The lofts across the street are only 2 stories high. So this is going to be quite a dramatic change to our residential street. Also, 42 units, that's a lot of units. And I didn't catch how large those units are going to be. Is there going to be a diverse mix of units, like 2 bedrooms, 1 bedrooms, as well as bachelors, just so there's room for a diverse group of people living in this unit or this apartment complex? It's another question. The last one is the parking. When we initially met about this space with Gord Perks before the pandemic, there was supposed to be underground parking, even a green P that was going to be incorporated in the underground parking for the tenants. So it would be shared between the tenants of the unit, staff, and also green P for people coming to our community and visiting our neighborhood, having a place to park. And we already have congested parking on the street. And I mean, I would imagine there's going to be some of the tenants who will have vehicles at some point or might aspire to have them, and there won't be anywhere to park them. That's a problem too. So those are my main concerns.
So you thought there'd be a green P, but the situation, at least according to the various applications, that no parking spaces are going to be provided on the site.
No, and originally they were going to do underground parking.
Okay.
And they're also, I believe, removing the green P from Queen Street next to the library because of the community center developments there. So I think a green P is important to have in the neighborhood.
All right, thank you for your comments today. We'll move on then to a further interested party. Hello.
Oh, I'm just here as an observer, not as a speaker.
I'm sorry, didn't catch all of that. You're not interested in making comments. You just wanted to observe.
That was it. Yeah, I think I was
Okay.
registered for the wrong thing.
Oh, okay. All right, thanks, Bess. All right then. So we seem to be back to the applicant, the architect's firm, and Mr. Ghosh, did you want to question this person?
Perhaps you could address the concerns that were raised by the neighbor.
Sure, I'd be happy to. So I took note of a couple, height, character of the neighborhood, unit types, and parking. So I'll go through those in turn. With respect to height, and this is detailed in our letter, the height is first and foremost permitted. It would be permitted under the new bylaw if the site was zoned under 569/2014. The other consideration with regard to height is where this old bylaw establishes grade. And this is getting like way into the weeds of like planning technicalities, but grade is typically measured as the average between the elevations of the front lot line where it intersects with the side lot lines. In this case, grade is measured at the elevation of the sidewalk, which is slightly lower than the property boundary itself. So the variance for height reflects the need to address that definition in the bylaw, and in fact, it is still within the permitted height, 4 stories, which is the permitted height under the official plan, and also the permitted height under the zoning bylaw. Just the metric height based on where grade is established is slightly different. Second, with regard to character, this has been considered in quite a degree of detail by the architects, and that's why I wanted to share with you those color elevations as part of the package that I submitted yesterday. The character of the neighborhood is primarily low-skilled residential and industrial and converted industrial buildings. There are a number of loft-type, converted industrial buildings along Noble Street and also in the surrounding areas between 4 and 6 stories. So this is not, in my opinion, out of character with the built form in the area, which is quite varied and includes buildings of various scales and uses. With respect to the unit types, they are primarily 1-bedroom studio and 1+ den units because of the targeted population, which is individuals who are at risk of or transitioning out of homelessness. This is the target population that the operator, the Parkdale Activity and Recreation Center, works with currently, and there are 2 other homes that are in Parkdale. So they have a lot of experience working with operating this type of residential facility, and they've determined through consultation with the City Housing Secretariat that is the appropriate unit mix to provide here for those individuals who are most at risk.
So that Parkdale Center Group is managing, is currently managing other sites and will be managing this one then as well. Is that right?
Exactly. Sorry, I am sorry if I glossed over that a bit too quickly. The Parkdale Activity and Recreation Center, they're an established community agency in the area and have 2 homes that are of this nature, traditional and supportive housing in the Parkdale neighborhood, just in quite close proximity to this one.
It's just a small item, but just variance 6 about bicycle parking. So no visitor bicycle parking spaces are provided. No, but residents, there's room for residents' bicycles in here?
Yeah, and I'll just address, sorry, I forgot that one for the comment from the neighbor with regard to vehicular parking. So I think that initially, I wasn't involved in some of the initial proposals that were envisioned for this site. I think there were some opportunities that were pursued with some development partners before the city decided to pursue it on its own through the federal rapid housing initiative and for this type of supportive housing use. But the nature of the use is that these are low-income individuals who are looking for a place to live, a stable, comfortable, safe place to live, and likely will not own cars. And therefore, we've provided no vehicular parking, which is generally supported for this type of use throughout the city and elsewhere. And the additional rationale for that has been provided by the transportation consultant, BA Group, as part of the memo that was included with your package. With respect to the bicycle parking, there is more than the required number of resident bicycle parking spaces available within the building, and then the visitor spaces are provided at the rate required. They are just proposed within the public boulevard, just directly outside the entrance, as opposed to on the site itself.
So my question is more to satisfy my curiosity, if you'll indulge me, than strictly relevant to our considerations. But this is, yes, it's neighborhoods, but it's literally the very first sort of parcel in from a main street and very close to a rail corridor being proposed for a rapid housing initiative and by the Housing Secretariat. And given the scope of the housing issues, why wasn't there a consideration to something a little more ambitious? And I don't mean like a large apartment tower, but 5 stories, 6 stories, I think probably wouldn't stand out in this location. And I'm just curious why 4 stories?
That's a great question, and maybe I'd have to defer to the architect, my colleague who's here on that, but from my understanding, given the tight timelines associated with the Federal Rapid Housing Initiative and the building construction considerations of a wood frame building and also with some prefab components, building it at a 4-story mass was the most appropriate and also the most economical.
Okay, thanks.
Anyone else? If not, yes, Lizella, please.
Yes, to you, Mr. Chair. Just want to get a clarification for variance number 5. Earlier, you explained that you provided a washroom in the ground floor, correct?
Correct.
But we have a variance regarding that variance number 5. Would you please just clarify?
Thank you, and I'm loving this, getting to dive into the nitty-gritty with the old zoning bylaw. So the old zoning bylaw specifically requires that your amenity space has a kitchen. Your common amenity space has both a kitchen and a bathroom within it. So we were unable to satisfy that given the various programming requirements and the tight constraints of the site. But the bathroom is 20 meters or less just down the hall from the shared amenity space.
The one that you mentioned is on the top northwest side. You were explaining earlier, right? In one of the plan, you said there is a washroom.
The primary amenity space is on the ground floor.
Yes.
Yeah.
All right, no further, all right. All right, members, taking this into to committee, any discussion or prepared to move a motion? Yes, Mr. Vizina.
I find this type of initiative supportable for many reasons. Creates affordable housing. It supports an at-risk population. There's the cooperation of different levels of government, infill on a vacant lot, the use of sustainable materials, and a net zero building. And overall, I think this demonstrates good public policy. I understand that proposed changes to the area concern some neighbors, but I do note that the Noble Street lofts are 5 stories in the immediate vicinity. And I also read another comment about a nearby tent city affecting the area. And I think this type of development, we hope, will prevent or reduce homelessness. So I move a motion to approve all the variances in this application.
Yeah, glad to second. I think those comments are well taken.
Sorry, yes, perfect. Are you considering the Metrolinx advisory warning clause?
I did not.
No?
But
It's warning clause, I take it as advisory.
Well, yeah, while they are asking for it as a condition, I think the likelihood that this parcel is conveyed or sold by the city is fairly low, so I'm not sure that it's an important condition, but.
Sorry for interrupting.
And sorry, through the chair, on that note, there is a concurrent site plan control process that the application is going through, and that will certainly be part of those conditions.
That would touch base with Metrolinx as well, that part of the project? Yes.
Certainly.
Okay. All right.
Sure, so yeah, I'll second the motion.
All right, second the motion. All right, all in favor? All right, you have the unanimous approval then this afternoon of those variances. Thank you for
Through the
appearing.
chair, so
Yes.
that's no Metrolinx warning clause condition.
That's correct.
Just approved on condition, or sorry, just approved,
Just
no
approved.
condition.
Approved, no urban forestry conditions on this one, yeah. All right, moving to item 24, which is the last item on this kind of tranche of applications, and then we'll have a discussion beyond that. So moving to number 24, 29 Hamstead Avenue. Just going to take a moment, I'm going to read the purpose and what kinds of documentation we have here. This is a minor variance application to construct a new 2-story detached dwelling with a front integral garage, a front covered porch and stairs. The existing 1-story dwelling and rear detached shed will be demolished. Committee had before it the following communication: a copy of a plan of survey, site plan, floor plans, and elevations, an arborist report, private arborist report. And in terms of commenting agencies or email, we have correspondence from Transportation Engineering. That's really Transportation Services. And we have a more recent staff report from Urban Forestry. All right.
Through you, Mr. Chair, we have the agent on the line and no registered speakers for this item.
All right, would the agent kindly introduce themselves then, please, as your name and municipal address for us, please?
Yeah, hello, Chairman. My name is Richard Chestnut. I'm from New Age Design. I'm the agent for the owners. Our offices are at 2601 Matheson Boulevard East in Mississauga.
Yeah, all right. Thank you so much. And there are 3 variances that are being asked for. I'm just taking a quick look at this. Okay, so maybe I'd just ask you to address 2 and 3 for the moment. So, asking for some relief on the driveway width and also on the parking space. Why is that?
Right.
What's the situation?
It is a narrower lot, and we're just kind of matching suite with the rest of the neighborhood. The narrow lot, we do have a single lane or a single car driveway with a single driveway leading up to the car parking garage. The minimum width of the driveway is supposed to be interior space of the parking is 3.2 meters. We are asking for the 2.86. And that's because of the narrow lot. We're trying to fit the garage, also beside the garage, the living space, entry point of the home. So it was a little narrower, and that would have a direct effect on the driveway width. Driveway width is supposed to be the minimum. Is supposed to be the matching the interior of the parking of the garage. And in our case, that's a variance of 2.86. So we are asking to increase the driveway to 3 meters for a little bit more space on the outside.
On the outside, I see. Okay.
That was number 2. Yeah.
And as part of that kind of working to make things fit, does that relates to the parking space then as well? Because it's not going to be quite as wide as the bylaw requires.
Correct.
Yeah. Okay. All right. All right. Thank you, sir. Just hang tight. Members of the committee, any comments or questions for this agent on any of those 3 variances?
Well, never mind. I misread one of the variances, the lot coverage. I thought it was landscaping, and so
okay.
That was going to be my question. But given that I misread it, never mind.
It's okay. All right. Thanks. There are no other speakers on this issue. Members, what is your pleasure, your will here? 3 variances requested. I'm just looking to see if there are any. Well, my notation is a urban forestry condition number 2. Am I right on that?
Yes. Yes.
All right. So, Ms. Zoll, yes, would you like to?
Yes,
right,
I have
right.
no question. If my colleague don't have any other question,
No.
I'm ready to put forward a motion to approve this application with the urban forestry condition number 2.
All right. Someone to second that motion, please. Go. Yep. Gosh. All right. All in favor of that? All right. That's approved unanimously. Those 3 variances are granted. Thank you to the agent and to our audience. All right. We're going to take. Members, maybe we just have a discussion. We're going to take a break here. Item 30 may be deferred. We'll speak to that when we come back, and that would still leave us with 6, I think, applications. Thinking 10 or 15 minute break. What do you think? Done? All right. Let's make this 15. Just gives us a little extra time, and we'll start with the last bunch of applications.
Through the chair, okay, we will reconvene in 15 minutes. Please turn off your mics and videos.
So 10 after 5, we'll do our best. Thank you. Yep. I've got 2 kind bars. Can I share? I always carry This could be shared.
Passing along here.
Water, sure.
Gary said sharing his dinner with you guys.
That's very kind of you. Did someone recommend that you do this? Because
The rate is very high in these tiny bars.
blah, 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 blah. Is that working?
Yes, we can all remember to turn our mics back on and video back on. All right. So as we come back into session here, Madam Secretary Treasurer, there was an inclination, there was a suggestion that item 30 might be deferred. What's the situation there? Is there an applicant for that?
Through you, Mr. Chair, yes, it's an applicant deferral request.
Okay.
And we do have the agent on the line, so we can, since we are now at the beginning of our 3 p.m. time slot,
right.
we can now address that deferral.
All right, would the applicant or agent please come online, if not here in person, could you identify yourself, please, and give us a municipal address? And we understand that there's a request for a deferral, so we should hear why.
Okay, yep, sure. My name is Deborah Mesher, and my address is 198 Melita Avenue, Toronto.
Yes. Okay.
And the reason for the deferral is, well, the hearing came up quite quickly in the first place, but in the very few short weeks that we did have, we did a feasibility study on the basement and found that the foundation is rough, and it may require a new foundation completely, which would kind of shift the proposal into a new house rather than a substantial renovation. So we just wanted to make sure that we had all the variances that we needed in case that happened. And we did need one more, which we got done. All the application is complete online right now. However, the notice that went out, there wasn't enough time to make that additional 6th variance there. So we're just deferring so that the public has enough time.
All right, thanks so much, and that is important that the public be advised, of all variances being requested. All right, members, then a request to defer this to a later meeting of Committee of Adjustment. May I have a motion?
Sorry, through you, Mr. Chair. So just for the record, we do not have any registered speakers for this item. And if you could kindly, we still need to read into record the materials received and what the application is.
All right, fair enough. All right, item 30 on our agenda is 59 Condor Avenue. So a deferral is requested. Here's the purpose of the application: to alter the existing one-story detached dwelling by constructing a complete second-story addition, a rear second-story deck, a front covered porch, a front basement walkout, and a rear ground floor deck. There'll be a total of 2 residential dwelling units on this lot, 1 unit within the basement, and 1 unit will occupy the first and second levels. Committee has the following materials so far: copy of plan of survey, site plan, floor plans and elevations, a revised site plan, floor plans and elevations received August 30th, 2024. A revised zoning notice was also received August 30th, 2024. 3 photographs of trees. A covering letter from Deborah Mesher, who we just heard from. And a deferral request from Deborah Mesher as agent. And finally, a private tree report. We have the following comments or emails from a project analyst at Metrolinx, also the urban forestry section. We have notified that there is support, correspondence and support from Susan McMurray and David Langeal at 34 Condor Avenue, and also this will also be in support of Thomas McFeet at 61 Condor Avenue. Finally, we have a total of 9 form letters in support signed by owners or occupants of 56 and 60 Seymour Avenue, 57, 63, 66, and 71 Condor Avenue, 68 and 76 Schudel Avenue, and finally 65 Condor Avenue. Yes, all right. Those are the materials that we have in support, and the deferral request has been made, and we've been given the circumstances. So could we have a motion on the deferral question? Yes, Phil, yours.
I'll move to defer this application.
All right, there's a seconder for that. Yes, Mr. Bezanet. All in favor then, as we voted this? Fine, that's approved, Madam Deputy Secretary Treasurer. So that item is deferred. Okay. All right, I just fine. Just have to could get to 25 in a moment. Just get electronically get up to the correct page. Very good. Okay. That's the, no, that's not the correct one. So that would be number 3, I think. Okay, so item 25, and just moving into that, sorry, just getting electronically set up here. And so it's 11 ROSTREVOR Road, 11 ROSTREVOR Road. And I'm just going to advise what this minor variance application is about, what its purpose is. And it is as follows. To alter the existing 2-story detached dwelling by constructing a rear 2-story addition with a front integral garage, a front covered porch, and a rear covered ground floor deck. Committee had the following before it in terms of communications and materials: copy of plan of survey, site plan, floor areas and elevations, 4 photographs of trees on the subject property, a private arborist report prepared by George Squire, a revised arborist report prepared by that same gentleman, and there were presentation materials from Tay Ryak as agent. Commenting agencies or reports, we have a staff report from Urban Forestry, and we have an advisory staff report from Metrolinx. Let's see, I believe that's all the material we have. Yes, all right.
For you, Mr.
Yeah.
Chair, we have the agent on the line and no registered speakers for this item.
All right. Thank you very much. Would the agent, would you please give us your name and municipal address, and we can proceed from there.
Sure. Good afternoon, committee members. My name is Tay Rook. I'm the planner for the owners of the property at 11 ROSTREVOR Road, and I'm at 18 Yonge Street.
All right. Thank you very much. I see that there are 4 variances requested. Dwelling length and depth seem modest.
Yes.
Yeah. Floor space index is going from 0.4 to 0.8, so I'll ask you to address that in a moment. And all right, exterior stairs providing pedestrian access may encroach, I see, into a required building setback if they're no wider than 2 meters and they're 2.3 floors. Okay. Well, let's just, perhaps you just address sort of the variance that you're seeking on FSI, as I think the other ones are, are well within reasonable limits.
Sure, sir. If you could pull up the presentation materials that I provided. The first slide is an area context map, and the properties that have been highlighted in green are those properties that are greater or equal to 0.8. On 18 ROSTREVOR Road, recently in 2023, 1.03 times FSI was permitted and granted by the committee. A couple of houses just north of the subject site.
I see.
You'll also note, reviewing the site plan, that there is no requirements for front, side, or rear yard setback variances, including height as well. So this building envelope that's being proposed on this property is pretty much as a right, and the FSI just happens to be that at 0.8. In no way is this overdevelopment of the subject site. It will be consistent with the overall height and the way it presents to the overall streetscape. As it relates to the building length and depth, 19.02 as opposed to 19 meters, which is permitted, I would submit to you that's indiscernible. In terms of the building length, if you go to the next slide, the rear length is that green area portion that's highlighted at the top of the site plan. That is a little bump out, two-story bump out, and you'll note that it's centered or somewhat centered on the property. It doesn't take the entire width of the dwelling, and it has substantial enough setbacks on either side for it to be not to have an impact on either neighbors. You'll also note that no opposition letters were submitted or received by the committee, no planning comments, and we are aware of and I'll address the final variance, which is the width of the stairs. As it's an architectural and aesthetic feature, it doesn't create a landscaping front yard variance whatsoever. And from an architectural and aesthetic perspective, it does balance the house from a front access point of view. We are aware of the urban forestry comments, and they are recommending condition number 2, in addition to advisory comments received by Metrolinx, which we have no issues with. And if there's any other questions, I'd be glad to answer them.
All right. Thank you very much. That was helpful. Members, any questions for this agent at all? Yes, no? All right, I'm seeing none. All right, and you've seen the urban forestry condition number 2, and your client's good with that?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Members, I think we can entertain a motion here. Yes, Ms. Dizilla, please.
Yes, through you, Mr. Chair. I would like to put forward a motion to approve this application, and with one condition of the urban forestry, condition number 2. That's my motion.
Yes, may I have a seconder for that motion, please? Yes. Mr. Ghosh, all right. Moved by, seconded by Mr. Ghosh. All in favor? All right. We got unanimous approval, sir. Those 4 variances are granted with respect to that property address. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Okay. All right, number 26. Let's get to that. Yes, just get to that one. Second. Yes, sir. Moving to item 26, 1695 Bathurst Street. Here's the purpose of the application. It's to alter the existing 3-story apartment building containing 11 residential dwelling units by converting the existing 4 indoor vehicle parking spaces into 2 residential dwelling units. The existing 7 outdoor vehicle parking spaces will be maintained and unaltered. There'll be a total of 13 residential dwelling units on this lot. Here's what committee has been given. It has a copy of a plan of survey, site plan, floor plans, and elevations, 4 photographs of the subject property. There's email correspondence from Transportation Services, And finally, in support, there are 5 form letters in support signed by owners or occupants of 1828, 1701, 1695, that's at Unit 3, and 1695 commercial unit, and 1695 Bathurst Street, received August 7th, 2024. Yes.
Through you, Mr. Chair, we have the agent on the line and no registered speakers for this item.
Thank you so much. All right, would the agent please come on the line, please?
Hello, good afternoon.
Yeah, good afternoon. Yeah, if we could get your name and address, we'll take a look at your variance application.
Yes, definitely. Michael Dome of 533 Sudan Avenue.
Okay, all right. Thank you very much. All right, sir. Well, I'll just go right to it. There's a single variance asked for, and it's because the parking spaces are being reduced. And yeah, this is a more interesting application in the sense, then, as I understand it, former vehicle parking spaces are going to be turned into 2 residential units. Why don't you tell us a little bit about? Why don't you tell us a little bit about that?
Yeah, definitely. So, I mean, from a high level, we're working on addressing the critical need of increasing livable units in Toronto. Right now, we have 4 indoor parking bays that aren't even used by tenants. They're really used by, we rent them to parkers who park in other properties in the neighborhood. And we'd like to convert these into 2 livable units. So one, Unit 4, which you can see on the right side, and then Unit 3, which will be on the left side.
I see, and that's increasing your density up from 11 residential units to 13 is what you're seeking, yeah.
Yes, exactly. We have 5 letters of support, as you mentioned, from tenants and from neighbors. We have no letters of objection.
Okay.
And ultimately, there will be no impact on the tenants who live in this building because of all of the parking spaces that we have, not all of them are rented out to tenants of the building.
Okay, all right. Thank you for this. I'll just check members. Any questions for the agent? All right, seeing none. All right, thank you, sir. We'll just ask you to stand by. There are no further speakers. So committee is just going to go into session, and if we need to ask a question, we'll come back out. But all right, members, a single variance, and it's been explained. Yes, Mr. Ghosh, please.
Yeah, I'll move to approve it. I think it's highly supportable. They wouldn't be removing the parking if they had tenants that needed the parking. We're going to get 2 new units in a great location. Tenants of the building itself are supporting it, and so are the neighbors on either side. With that one variance, it's minor and meets the 4 tests, so I move to approve it.
Thank you. And a second for that motion? All right, Mr. Maisonette. All right. All right, all in favor then? All right, it's been unanimous. It's been approved, sir. You've got that variance for the Bathurst property.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon to all of you.
Thank you very much. All right, item 27. Let's get to it here. Let's get going electronically. Moving to item 27 on our agenda, 372 Glen Manor Drive. Here's the purpose of this application. It's to alter the existing 3-story detached dwelling by constructing a ground floor screened-in covered porch at the southeast portion of the dwelling. A second-story addition above the ground floor covered porch with a second-floor balcony at the southeast portion of the dwelling. The existing covered porch and second-floor balcony at the southeast portion of the building will be demolished. So, all right, we'll just I'm going to get the applicant just to run through this as well. That would assist us. And committee has the following material: copy of a plan of survey, site plan, floor plans, and elevations, a revised site plan and floor plans and elevations that came in on August 26th, 7 photographs of trees on the subject property, references made to an earlier, this year, decision of Toronto and East York Committee of Adjustment that affects the property. Their presentation materials from Josimar Dominguez, agent, Finally, there's correspondence from that agent as well. In terms of commenting agencies or emails, etc., affecting us, there's a staff report from Urban Forestry. Support. There are 3 form letters in support signed by owners or occupants of 368 and 376 Glen Manor Drive, received September 12th, 2024. Opposition, there's correspondence in opposition from Eric Kessel at 50 Glen Stewart Avenue, and that was received September the 11th, 2024. Madam Deputy Secretary Treasurer, what's our situation with respect to agent and speakers?
Through you, Mr. Chair, we have the agent online and we have a registered speaker in opposition online as well.
Online, thank you. All right. Just coming online, yes, would the agent just please give your name and municipal address, and we'll go from there.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair. Craig Race, 100 Lombard Street.
All right, thank you. All right, I'm just going to...
Sorry.
Yes.
If staff could please pull up our presentation material, I'd appreciate it.
Yes, just as they do that, they can go ahead. They're just going to consult with the member here. Yeah.
I would like to recuse myself. I hadn't received I don't believe there's a conflict, but I think there's a potential.
Mr. Ghosh,
so I would like to recuse myself.
All right, I think you should.
Mr. Ghosh, just to be clear, this is not through my company Lanescape. This is through Craig Race Architecture, if that makes a difference on your decision.
We don't know the circumstances. You'll have to...
no pressure either way.
Yeah, well, he'll have to make a decision on that. Yeah.
Should I proceed, Mr. Chair?
Yeah, if the agent is agreeable, then I think I can stay.
Absolutely. Thank you, Mr. Ghosh.
All right, I found the application just a little difficult to follow with the additional matters, additional additions. So maybe just run us through that kind of quickly on your presentation. And I'm just taking a look. You're asking for 3 minor variances, and so the platform and its function, and FSI is FSI, yeah. And minimum rear yard, sorry, yeah. Okay, sorry. Please proceed with a concise presentation. Thank you.
Yes, sir. If staff could please go to the next page. The application before you is for a 300 square foot addition to a single family home. It essentially encloses the upper level of an existing 2-story deck on the site. The design concept is to match the aesthetic character of the home and extend its existing shape so that it blends with the existing home. And as you mentioned, the application requires 3 minor variances. Next page, please. So some of the committee members may recognize this application. It was before the committee previously in March. We were advised to make improvements to the application, specifically increase the setback from the neighbor to the west. We have doubled it and are now matching the existing west side yard setback of the home. We were also asked to reduce the FSI, which we are now well below adjacent houses in the neighborhood, which I'll run the committee through. And we were asked to increase soft landscaping. There was never a soft landscaping variance on this application, nor is there currently. However, we did continue to increase soft landscaping well above the bylaw minimums. Next page, please. With respect to the variances themselves, the previous application would have created the largest separation between houses along the street. However, by improving this for the current application, the separation will now be more than 3 times larger than any other house on the street. And this setback applies to both the house and the platform variances being sought. Next page, please. We studied floor space index for relevant properties in the neighborhood. Of the 209 lots studied, 3/4 are above the bylaw minimum for FSI, and 1/3 exceed the variance this proposal is seeking. And it's important to note that this includes all immediate neighbors and all properties along this side of Glen Stewart, except for one. So we're actually below the FSI of most of the adjacent properties and well below the average for the street. Next page, please. In terms of design concept, we were seeking to reinforce the established development pattern in the neighborhood, specifically by unifying the Glen Stewart streetscape by aligning with the existing homes to the west. We also attempted to preserve the neighbors' access to sun and sky by pulling the addition back from its previous location to maintain that view corridor, what little of it exists. Next page, please. Provide the committee with some context. This is a view down the lane, which is on the north side of the subject property. You'll see immediately to the north there is a large apartment building that fronts onto Kingston Road, so it's important to note the density of the context. The image on the right also shows the neighbor's laneway condition, where there is a paved two-car parking area and a garage on the property next to us. Next page, please. Finally, this is the view from the neighbor's rear yard. You can see the view corridor between the houses is relatively minimal. However, we've attempted to preserve it by maintaining the slope-proof condition of the existing home and ensuring that all new massing will be beside the neighbor's house and in no way behind it or imposing on the rear yard. Next page, please. In order to study privacy, it's important to note we have no west-facing windows, and the neighbor has 3 small east-facing windows that look onto the subject property. However, they are all stained glass, so they're not non-viewing windows, and overlook will not be a concern in either direction. Next page, please. To conclude, for the committee, zoning bylaws are meant to define a typical condition, but very little about this home or the property is typical. We actually think that the variances necessary for this application help the proposal in being more like the neighbors rather than standing out from them, simply due to the unique lot condition. We hope the committee can appreciate the improvements made by the owner and will allow them to accommodate their family more suitably in their home. Thanks very much. Pleased to answer any questions.
All right, thank you. And so the addition amounts to 300 square feet, I think you said. Is that right? Is that correct?
Yes, sir, that's correct.
All right. Members, any questions for the speaker?
I would, but do we have any other speakers?
Oh, we do. We do have one additional speaker. Yes, we do. We should wait. Yes, thanks very much. Sorry, the agent just was reminded. Yes. So we'll ask you to stand by and we'll proceed with the other interested person online.
Hey there. Hey, staff. Can you block my camera as well if possible, please?
Hello, we're just wanting to speak to the person that was interested in speaking on 372 Glen Manor.
Yeah, that's me.
Okay, sorry, all right. Could you just give us your name and address, and then we can hear from you?
Yeah, happy to. My name's Eric Kessel, and I reside at 90 Callan Avenue. I'm speaking on behalf of my parents, the owners at 50 Glen Stewart.
I see.
So, as with the first proposal, which was rejected on March 27th, we strongly oppose the variances in this application. It would severely affect our quality of life, reduce property value, and set a dangerous precedent for our neighborhood. The core issue is the request for a 3.42 meter rear yard setback when zoning mandates 7.5. To put this in perspective, imagine your backyard neighbor building a 3-story structure mere meters from your house, rather than the typical 15 meters. This is a reality we face. As the committee eloquently put in March, it practically looks like the applicant's property is poking 50 Glen Stewart. This isn't a typical rear yard to rear yard case. The applicant's rear lot borders our rear, front, and side yard, amplifying the impact of the variance. Further, the applicant's claims are misleading. They say the renovation maintains the existing rear yard setback, but they cherry pick a point of proximity at 3.42 meters, which only reflects a small fraction of the property, which angles further away from the lot line as it extends northward. And more importantly, this point represents a deviation of over 50% from what is allowed by right. This non-compliance was grandfathered in, not approved. If the required variance were met, only 20% of the addition could be built, meaning approval would reward their existing non-compliance. The proposal also replaces an open porch with a solid 3-story structure, 14 feet wide and 33 feet long. The substantial massing and overshadowing of our property is inaccurately portrayed as minimal change. So can staff go to page 4 of the agent's material, please, for the agent submitted? Great. So the applicant's image comparing the proposed rear yard to side yard setbacks is irrelevant. Side yards have different rules, and this deliberate misdirection hides the true extent of the non-compliance. The required 7.5 rear yard setback is also omitted from the image, making the applicant's property seem further away and less problematic than it is. This is intentionally deceptive. The applicant also claims improved privacy and views, which is misleading. Can staff go to page 8 of the applicant's submissions, please? The photo of our parking pad suggests tree cover blocks our view. Conveniently, from our rear or front patio, the area where we do live and actually enjoy our outdoor space where we have views have not been submitted. The reality is that from our rear patio's vantage point, the addition's massing will block natural light, airflow, and eliminate our view of the skyline. In the front, the second floor's addition's windows will directly overlook our front porch seating area, creating an imposing structure that will compromise our privacy and enjoyment of the space. Accordingly, any improvement in privacy and views are exclusively for the applicant and at our expense. On page 5 of the agent's material, please. Staff, page 5 is that one. Great. The applicant points to 36% of the neighborhood properties with FSIs over 0.5x. However, this again is misleading, as it doesn't distinguish between properties grandfathered in and those approved by this committee. Pointing your attention to the subject property in blue, it's already an outlier, one of the largest in the neighborhood, with the most extreme non-compliant setbacks that fails to follow the established grid pattern. If staff could zoom in actually on the diagram, that'd be helpful. The proposal compounds all of these and makes their property even more of an outlier. Finally, the applicant claims the proposal addresses concerns previously raised. This is unsubstantiated. The core issues of massing and its impact on our property remain unresolved. The applicants have not shown a sincere attempt to work with us and did not communicate at all following the March hearing until after this hearing was scheduled. When we did discuss over recent days, we indicated designs that could reduce the impact on our property, such as moving the master bedroom addition over their garage. The applicant's response? It would be unduly disruptive during construction to have the second floor being renovated. Thus, the applicants are unwilling to compromise for a few months, but expect us to live with the negative impact of this addition permanently. In conclusion, the applicant's arguments are misleading and prioritize their interests over the well-being of their only direct neighbor, 50 Glen Stewart. We urge the committee to refuse this application as it disregards zoning bylaws, should not be considered minor, and unduly impacts the established neighborhood character. Thank you.
All right, thank you. I think we'll then go back to the agent on this. Oh, excuse me.
I have a question.
All right, good. Hang on, sir. Yep.
This neighbor. So there was this previous application that was refused, and so it seems that there have been revisions. Do the revisions, have they improved anything from your perspective? Can you maybe address how the impact of this application versus the one that was rejected?
Yeah, happy to. If staff could go to page 2 of the agent's materials, he actually has a diagram that helps. Maybe page 3 rather. That one. Okay, so this is the change since the proposal. The main change here is the removal of the deck. That deck triggered, like I said, a shorter setback than this addition, and they also stepped back the addition from being in line with the existing structure to then just maintain that 3.42 meter setback. In terms of the impact hasn't changed. The deck, getting rid of the deck, which might have been as of right, doesn't really impact the massing and the privacy and having a large 30 or 28-foot high structure right in all of our yards. So no, the change reduced a variance a little bit, but the impact is full, hasn't changed at all.
Okay, so we see here that it does increase the setback from 1.62 meters to 3.42 meters. But in your view, on behalf of your parents, that doesn't actually resolve the impact?
Yeah, that's correct. I grew up in this house. I have 20 plus years of experience here. It will not change the impact. The main impact comes from the size of the building and how close it is to our house. Moreover, if you notice the angle of the addition, it directly points into our front yard, which adds a lot of the privacy impacts that we're concerned about. It just, that alone is really disruptive to our privacy and that massing.
Do you have any windows on that side of your house, the east side of your house?
Yeah, as the agent represented, we do have 3 windows where light does come in. Where we'll feel the biggest impact is going to be in our outdoor spaces. So we have 2 outdoor spaces, one in the backyard and one in the front yard. The front yard is a professionally landscaped area with a seating area. The issue with having their essentially backyard living space so close to our front yard, that's why the bylaws are there. There's meant to be some separation between backyard activities and other activities that occur in the neighboring lot. Typically we have a 15-meter separation. We don't have that here. So their backyard activities in a screened-in porch will be right in our front yard and in essentially where it shouldn't be. That's going to be highly impactful.
Okay, thanks.
Just have a question?
Yes.
Yes, to you, Mr. Chair. By looking, I've noticed that you're objecting, we have 3 variants, you're objecting, your main objection is to the rear yard setback, which is 3.42. And then when I look at the property, it looks like your property is located on a higher level compared to this subjected property. Is that correct? So
that's a good call out. Yeah, go ahead. So that's a good call out because the topographic survey was never provided. There's a lot of hills here. In terms of like the average grade, it's going to be within half a meter. It's not going to be that great, but it's not shown here in the site plan, but from like the sidewalk to the house, I would estimate at least 3 meters.
3 meters. So it means your property, your parents' property is higher than their property. Is that correct?
No. I'm saying 3 meters is from the road to our properties. Our properties, I would say, are within 0.5 of a meter. It's very close.
So, but means it's a little bit like higher than the subjected property. I just want to see. I'm just want to understand the overlook, because by looking at those 2 property, it looks like your parents' property is located higher than their property. I know it's on the corner, but is that correct?
So maybe if staff could pull up my material submitted, I think there might be some photos that could help answer the committee's question.
It's just approximate. Okay. So
yeah, I'm trying to get that for you. It's very tough. It's not that noticeable or impactful, the difference.
Okay. And my other question is that there is a lot of trees and vegetation in between these 2 properties. Do you still believe with all those like vegetation and trees, your parents' privacy was still affected by this new development?
100%. There is trees. They have leaves for half the year. The other half, there aren't any leaves. But even still, the size of the windows that will be overlooking our front property will be there full time. And that will reduce our privacy or enjoyment of the space. And the use of this space will also is irrespectful to the trees. A screened-in porch with a fireplace, seating area, dining area can be used for seasons. So if it's not direct views, which we'll still have, it'll be sound and noise and other disruptions.
And then this backyard setback, 3.42 meters, do you know that it's only on one corner of the southwest corner, not the entire property?
That is correct. If staff could zoom up or go to one, yeah, here's a great example of it here, 3.42. This is the tightest point. This is the worst.
Worst location, correct.
And the impact gets better as it goes further north because the building's angled away. So they're picking that as their point to build off of.
I understand, but I want to just draw your attention that this number is the worst case scenario. That area is the closest area to your parents' property. Just want to draw your attention to that. Not the entire building is located on that distance. It's when you go further northeast, it just set back way more.
No, I agree. I'm very aware of that. That's part of the argument where they're cherry picking that point as the point they want to maintain when it's non-compliant, and it's not a consistent setback throughout the entire property. It's that one vertex essentially.
My
Thank you.
Question actually raised another question for myself, which is it is true that when the committee is typically on most cases considering the impact of overlook on neighboring properties, it's typically considering the impact on more private spaces like rear yards. And the impact, as you've stated yourself here, seems to more be on their public-facing side of their property, being the front. Now, having made that point, I want to give you an opportunity to explain to us what is the use that the front of their property is put to, so that we can understand why it is that you and they feel this will be impacted.
Yeah, so I'll make a correction. There's going to be impact on both the rear and the front yard. The front yard is drawing an example because it's going to be closed. There's going to be their additions, windows will be directly overlooking the front. But in the back, we currently have views of open air, of sky. With this addition, it's going to completely block that off. I think the agent's material, again, really does highlight that point for me really well, where there's going to be essentially 1 degree of angle that will give us a direct line to the open space, when before it was much broader of an area. That was the first point of your question. Could I ask you to repeat your second, please?
I just wanted to know what is it that you expect the overlook, how do you expect the overlook to impact your parents' enjoyment of their front yard?
Okay, yeah, happy to answer that. So there are some good diagrams here that we can pull up. It might be in my presentation materials entitled Correspondence and Opposition 1. That photo might be the most impactful, but from the front area, that's not it. I was waiting for that to come up.
Did you say the front has got landscaping and a bench, if I heard that right?
Yeah, well, it's fully landscaped. It's a patio porch area. But if you could pull up that document, staff, that'd be very helpful. And it was material that I submitted in opposition. Yeah, it's going to be in one of the pages down below. Not sure why the images aren't pulling up. Maybe it needs to load a second. If not, it could be. So in the plans, they're going to have, I believe, 18 feet tall windows that aren't angled towards the street. They're angled directly into our. Yeah, I can see if we have it here. Thank you. Amazing. Okay, so go to that mock-up above, please. It's the one in color that was shown before. Further up. Perfect. Okay. This is a great image. This was the image the applicant used in the first committee. I've put some black hashing to show the slight setback they made the change with, but you can see here these large 18-foot tall windows angled directly into our front yard rather than angling towards the street. So in terms of privacy, they're we're going to be looking into their bedroom. They'll be looking into us. That's going to be a privacy issue. But also the massing from this structure is going to be fully present in our front area, as well as all sides of the house.
Okay, but that is a public space, publicly visible space that it's pointing at.
It's
No, it seems that we've lost.
Lost their contact. Okay, we'll wait a second.
Through the chair, we seem to have lost Eric's connection. So we'll try to see if we can get them back.
Reconnect with him. I mean the existing houses. You know, is that the? Sorry.
I know. I wish they'd take that rendering down. It's the old application, and like our new one's shorter. I don't know why they're showing it.
Through the chair, Eric, are you there?
I don't know. He like disappeared or something.
Hey, sorry, team. I'm back.
Hi, Eric, can you hear us?
I can hear you. Pardon me.
Okay, we have you back.
That was my final question, but you did, disappear sort of partway through it. So if there's anything you want to say, sort of.
Yeah. So I think, I'm not sure where I dropped out, but I think the argument here is, the agent making suggestions that this is a typical side yard scenario when it's their rear yard. In a normal fashion, as I highlighted in the neighborhood context, houses follow the consistent grid pattern. If this house did that, their windows that are 18 feet tall wouldn't be facing directly into our front area. So I do get your point, that's a public space, but the argument is that they're not mitigating impact to privacy in this design or the previous design when there are other options that are present for this space to facilitate the goals of the client that doesn't impact us to this degree, which is a very high degree that I suggest is not minor.
Just one more question. Through you, Mr. Chair.
Yeah.
Can I ask my last question?
Yes, please.
So would you please let us know if on the east side of your parents' property, number 50, is there any opening windows?
There are no opening windows. They are stained glass windows. The loss of light will occur. We do get eastern light there, but it's going to be more impactful in both the rear and the front yard as the sun moves across, restricting our light in those spaces.
So the area that have the minimum distance between your property and their property in that east side, there's no windows, correct?
On the east side, there are windows. There's 3 windows.
Stained glass.
Stained glass. Only, okay, thank you very much.
There's 3 windows, yeah.
Thanks. And are they windows on the ground floor, second floor?
They're on the ground floor.
Ground floor, thank you.
All right, Council, thank you for those remarks. We're going to
Through the
go back.
chair, sorry, I just want to ensure we have a person in the audience, so you're okay, you don't want to speak?
No, I'm more than satisfied with my son's.
Okay, great, thank you.
Okay. All right, I think we're appropriate to go back to the applicant's agent and ask him to rebut the remarks that have been made.
Yes, hello, Mr. Chair. Pleased to respond. I would like to quickly note the rendering shown by the neighbor was an old rendering. It's worth noting the current design is both shorter and farther away from their property than that image showed, so I'd prefer if we use the correct diagrams. In response to some of the comments, it was mentioned this is a 3-story addition. That's not correct. This is only 2 stories, just with cathedral ceilings.
Oh, that's.
And with respect to the comment that there was no improvement on the previous variances, in my opinion, there was a substantial improvement to them. It's important to know for the committee, maybe it's worth pulling up the site plan. The way the zoning examiner has to review this application is with the lot line on the right of the image being the front yard. In my opinion, a more accurate way to analyze this application is with the line at the bottom, or the south in this case, which has more appropriate adjacency to the streetscape. That is what I would consider the front yard from an urban design perspective. And if zoning were to look at it in the same way, this would not be a side yard variance. It's only because of the unique lot that we're even having to seek a variance for separation from this lot line. And as our diagram showed, we're well exceeding the typical separation of houses along the street. I also want to emphasize that the addition is only located beside their house. It's not behind or in front. But unfortunately, we just don't agree on the impact of privacy and overlook in this circumstance. We've specifically located windows to have overlook onto the public realm only. There are no windows that are being proposed that will overlook any other adjacent yards. And it is really because of this unique lot condition that we have to be here. It's unfortunate that variances are needed at all, but hopefully we've demonstrated that we've gone to efforts to make this an application that's fitting with the streetscape and the neighborhood and is truly minor and meets the 4 tests. Please answer any other questions.
No, that's fine. Other than you're pointing out the error and the purpose, calling it a street. It's a 2-story detached dwelling, right?
Yeah, the addition is 2 stories. That's correct, sir.
Yeah, okay, all right.
But Mr. Chair, it sounds as though the home itself is 3 stories. It's just the addition that's 2 stories. Is that correct?
No, that's right.
Yes, through the chair, that is correct. There is a partial 3rd story within the existing home that is not being expanded. This addition in no way affects that.
Yeah, no, that's perfect. I just didn't, because the purpose of the application, as I see it, is correct as it's worded, and so that was that clarification.
I appreciate that. Here, good for you. All right. Any further questions for the agent here? Yes.
Yes,
Zilla,
through you, Mr. Chair. Just would like to get clarification. Are you demolishing the west, on the west side, there is a balcony on the 2nd floor. Are you demolishing it, or you're demolishing and replacing with something which is shorter or smaller? Sorry, I just want to get clarification on that.
It will be reconstructed. The structure of the deck is not suitable for an addition, so it will be demolished and reconstructed. That's correct.
Is the new porch that you want to build, is it closer to the neighbors, or you're improving the situation, or it's on the same spot?
It looks like it's maybe 1 foot closer to the west lot line, but again, we're not constructing any closer than the existing setback.
Okay, so it means you're improving this existing situation, or you going 1 foot closer?
It appears we're going closer than the existing 2-story deck by approximately 1 foot. Yes, it's not an improvement.
Okay, and then the ground floor on the left side of on the west side of the property, the ground floor, are they looking into the neighbors' 3 stained glass windows, or you have like a separation wall between your properties?
There is a fence and vegetation between the properties. Both the existing and the proposed decks on the ground floor will be in the same location, so there's no change to that condition.
No, I just want to know if you overlook to that windows on the east side of the neighbor's property, on the west side.
I believe you can see those windows from the existing deck, and that will remain the case, yes.
Okay, thank you.
The other thing raised by the neighbor that I think merits a response was this idea of doing the renovation on the opposite side over the garage. I could foresee that that might trigger yet different variances, but I am wondering your take on whether that was contemplated, whether it would be an improvement, not an improvement. Just your take on that suggestion.
Certainly, it absolutely was contemplated. If you go to the second floor plan, the design of this home is a center hall design, and essentially it would require disrupting 3 of the existing bedrooms in order to access that part of the lot. And the intention is to have the family continue living in the home during construction. So this would preserve 3 bedrooms outside of the construction area. It also would ultimately create a less efficient layout and result in similar variances. I also believe that the impact on the neighbor to the north would be substantially worse than the impact being created to the neighbor to the west with this proposal, as well as be less aligned with the streetscape. So for a myriad of reasons, both internal to the design and to the external context, we felt this was the most appropriate approach.
Okay, thank you for giving your take on that. Mr. Chair, those are all the questions I have. I don't know about the other members.
Well, I was going to say, I hadn't looked at the wording of the letters in support, but I see they're from 368 and 376 Glen Manor, so close neighbors to the subject property. I take it, yeah, okay. Members, let's take this in. Let's take this in for discussion, and if there's a need be, we can come out of the committee and ask any further questions. But yeah, okay. What's your thinking here on these 3 variances? I take it it's the third variance relating to setback.
Well, it's the third variance that I certainly think is of the greatest concern to the neighbors. They've made that clear.
Yeah.
I do think there's something to be said that it's maintaining the existing closest point. There, this 3.42 is the distance of that setback as the building exists right now.
Right. Yeah, there's a little point there. Yep. Go ahead. Yep.
But I do understand that they have concerns.
Yeah.
Does anyone want to put forward a motion on this? Do you want to consider approving some variances and not others? I don't know what. Yeah.
Well, since this is a very unique property on the corner, on a topography, and they have lots of vegetation, I understand that during winter there's no vegetation and it will have an overlook, but people in winter probably will not go on the porch for most of the people. But anyway, it will have an overlook to the other property, but it's very minimal because it's in only one point. I've just wondered, and since the neighbor's concern is that closeness of that point of the property to their property, I just wonder if the agent or the applicant can just provide a little bit more setback in that area or not. It's just, can we ask the agent to see if they can provide a little bit more setback, can move the building slightly or not? Would it be possible we ask the applicant, or it's the applicant's gone?
I think it's possible to ask. I'm not sure that it would change things, though, from the neighbor's perspective. It seems to me that so long as there is a because they've already reduced it significantly. So I get the sense that so long as the addition is built in that location, it won't satisfy the neighbors. So then it's on us to consider whether or not that impact is minor. I do think that the neighbors have convinced me that there is an impact. But if I look at other similar houses that we have approved on a regular basis, I think the impact is very minor. You know, there is an impact, but it's an impact to a public portion of the property. And then there's perhaps a bit of a loss of light to the backyard. But if the other solution of putting a master bedroom over the garage on the other side were pursued, that would similarly result in a loss of light at certain times of day in that yard and could impact the neighbor to the north. So, you know, with these applications, we're never thinking about no impact. We're thinking about is the impact minor. And I think it probably is. I also do note that perhaps the neighbors aren't using their second floor deck right now, but their second floor deck actually has significantly more overlook potential if they were using it than an enclosed space. So.
But generally, as you mentioned, you finished?
Yeah.
But generally, as you mentioned, this is just 3 application. The FSI, that number for alteration is not a big number when they want to do. And then the only problem is that because the neighbor's concerned. But generally, if I look at the variance, to my eyes, it's minor. It's not a lot of, they're trying to just eliminate more. Like we have only 3 variances. They don't have a length, they don't have a height. And maybe if there is a balcony overlook, we can ask the applicant, so if they want to do privacy screen on the terrace, or maybe that will help.
I think because the terrace only faces the public corners, the privacy screening doesn't make as much sense as it normally does, right? Because
it looks at the street.
It only looks at the street.
Yeah, I know.
The 2 streets. It's on the corner, so yeah.
When I look at the drawings, I don't think that this is a huge impact on the neighbor, and I think they've done a good job on adding more space and not triggering more variance. But that's my comment. But we can ask the agent to see what they think.
I think I'm ready to move a motion on this, and the motion is to approve the variances as applied.
Is there a seconder for that motion?
So we don't need
Chair,
to.
there is an urban forestry comment, condition number 2 for consideration.
Yes, including condition number 2 from forestry.
Yes, thanks. That's consistent with my note. Yeah. All right. Motion for approval of the 3 variances as set out, subject to an urban forestry condition. Is there a seconder for that motion?
Do you want to?
It appears not.
Okay, sure. I'll second it.
All right. Seconded by Mr. Ghosh. All right. All in favor of that motion that's put forward? All right. It's approved by this committee and subject to that urban forestry condition. So that's where we're at then on that one. And we'll move now, continuing in our agenda, to item 28, 193 Hudson Drive. I just need a minute to pull that up electronically. Okay. Yeah, okay. All right, 193 Hudson Drive, and the purpose of this application is to alter the existing 3-story detached dwelling by constructing a rear ground floor deck to replace a portion of the existing deck. Committee has the following: a plan of survey, site plan, floor plans, and elevations, 8 photographs of trees, covering a letter from John O'Connor, agent. We have we're noted as a TRCA permit has been issued apparently. Commenting agencies reports, we have staff reports from Ravine and Natural Protection. Also, a planner from, also from a planner from TRCA, we should take a look at that. In addition, there are two form letters in support signed by owners or occupants of 191 and 195 Hudson Drive, received August 8th, 2024. All right, let me just get to...
Through you, Mr. Chair, we have the agent here in person and no registered speakers for this item.
All right, 4 variances are requested. Let me just deal with this for a moment. I'm sorry, so with the agent, just, yes, okay, in person, all right, very good. No, I was just thinking and interested in the shoreline hazard and TRCA, so I was trying to catch up with that. But why don't you just give us a very short presentation of the project here, sir, and what variances are needed? Oh, yes, great.
My name's John O'Connor. I'm the agent and architect for the project. So this project, this lot is a very deep ravine lot.
I see, right.
That was subject to extreme erosion problems over the years and a major reconstruction last year by the TRCA with participation of the owners. So the existing deck at the property, which more or less covers the area of the new deck, is sloping down and has foundation problems due to the past structural problems with the slope. And the owners have to rebuild the deck with proper foundations. So that what they'd like to do is rebuild the deck level with the main floor rather than half a floor down into the valley. So that triggers some variances. 2 of the variances, the last 2, are related to the top of slope, which actually passes through the house. So no matter what was built in the backyard would always require those 2 variances. The first variance deals with the height of the deck at the rear. The depth of the deck is as existing, 5.1 meters or 5.5. And the height would therefore be higher than it is now. It's not visible from anywhere, that height. The street across the ravine is quite far away and you cannot see that height. And the other variance is related to a staircase that's required on the south side to reach the level of the deck. So that would come closer to the south property line, 191 Hudson, instead of the required setback for the deck. But otherwise, the footprint of the deck is more or less as existing.
All right, I just wanted to ask you about variance 4, and that relates to TRCA. And my note is when I was looking at this, I want to see if I understand this. The current deck is actually in the hazard area part.
That's right.
That's correct. And you're going to rebuild within that. In other words, you can't at all stay back from the stable top of bank, but TRCA has given you a development permit. Is that correct?
Yeah, it's quite an extensive process to get that permit, and involved our engineering and review on their side, and that was done over the last year.
Good. All right. Members, any questions of the agent here, Mr. O'Connor? Yeah. Yes, Nazilla. Mm-hmm.
Yes, through you, Mr. Chair. Just want to get clarification. So variance number 3 and 4, that both related to stable top of the bank, you already have those. I mean, the existing condition already triggered those 2.
Yes, because
is it an existing or it's a new thing?
That's existing. In fact, that top of slope goes through the house.
Through the house.
Yeah, so previously, 15 years ago, we did additions to this house, and we went through all of this for the house as well. There's no way you could build or touch this house without triggering those variances.
Okay, and then what about the variance number 2, which is the side yard setback of 0.07 meter from the side south lot line?
Yeah, that one is new because we need to build the stair to get up to the new level of the deck. There's no space, and it's between the other house and this house.
Yes.
So it doesn't have any overlook issues. But that one is triggered because we need, if we raise the deck, we need to have the stair close to the fence.
Okay, thank you very much.
I was thinking, I mean, if the house were, if the parcel of land were vacant, presumably you couldn't even get a building permit to build in this area, right?
I think this whole area, they dumped ash when the old buildings were heated with coal. So it's 11 to 12 feet deep ash on top of this.
Wow.
So yeah, I don't think they'd allow you to build there anymore.
All right, thanks for this. Yes, members, can you put forward a motion on this, this matter? Anyone prepared to go?
Sure, yeah, given that there's supporting letters from both next-door neighbors, and they already have their TRCA permit, which is essentially the reason, the same issues that require a variance are the issues that the TRCA has already granted them a permit on. So for those reasons, I think it's minor and move to approve it.
See if there's any condition. No, seeing none. All right, is there a seconder for that motion approval? Mr. Bissonnette? All right, all in favor? Okay, you've got approval, sir, unanimously. Good luck with that project. Interesting site.
Thank you.
Interesting site. All right, 28. Moving on to item 29, Victoria Park. Let me just, pull that up. Members, I'm just trying to get there now. 48 Victoria Park Avenue. Here's the purpose, and is to alter the existing two-story semi-detached dwelling by constructing a partial side north one-story addition, rear ground floor deck extension. Committee has a copy of plan of survey, site plan, floor plans, and elevations, a covering letter from J. Smith as agent, an arborist report by a private firm. We have the following commenting agents or emails from staff reports from Ravine and Natural Feature Protection, and also from TRCA here. In support even, there's one form letter in support signed by the owners or occupants of 50 Victoria Park Avenue, received August 30th, 2024. So I infer that that's an immediate neighbor. All right. Yes.
Through you, Mr. Chair, there is the there's the owner. Sorry, I'm tired.
You can join
Sorry,
us too.
Mr. Chair.
You'll have to try my energy bar next time.
The agent is on the line, and there are no registered speakers for this item. Apologies.
Okay, and just before I invite him, so we've got a floor spaces and one variance. Should be 0.6 going to 0.68. Members, do you require a presentation on this?
No.
I don't think so. All right, would someone like to move a motion then on it?
Yes.
All right, Zilla, please.
Yes, through you, Mr. Chair. As you mentioned, it's only one very minor variance, and it's very minor. Therefore, and TRCA also have no concern. I would like to put forward a motion to approve this application.
A seconder, please, Mr. Bissonnette. All right, all in favor? Yes, okay. That's approved unanimously. That variance is granted in your FSI. All right, I'm coming down to, we have number 30 is deferred. Ladies and gentlemen, we could be at the last application of the afternoon, but let's just see this. All right, item 31, the address is 26 BERTMOUNT Avenue. I'm going to go through this quickly. Here's what so we're altering the existing two-story semi-detached dwelling by constructing a new rear two-story addition. The second floor addition will be partially cantilevered at the southwest portion of the dwelling, and a rear third floor addition. Also to construct a new rear ground level stairs. Committee has the following before it: a copy of plan of survey, site plan, floor plans, and elevations, 2 photographs of the subject property, tree protection plan, and a diagram map of comparable floor space indexes from Brad Tapson as agent. That would appear to be quite useful. All right, what do we have the agent and any other speaker?
Through you, Mr. Chair, we do have the agent on the line, and we have one registered speaker in interest at 94 BERTMOUNT Avenue. Staff have called and emailed, and they can't seem to get a hold of this speaker, but perhaps we'll try one more time to see if we can get a hold of them.
And you've been trying sometime this afternoon to try to get that person? Yes, all right, thank you. All right. Again here, just I got to see this. So we have a single variance relating to additions after a certain year. I see they were supposed to be restricted as to FSI. Weren't supposed to exceed 0.69, but they're asking here of 1.14 times the area of the lot. Okay.
Okay.
All right. Could we
Through
have
the chair, so staff have tried multiple attempts again to reach the interested speaker at 94 BERTMOUNT Avenue and are unable to reach them.
All right, thank you. And just looking, I see no condition, no urban forestry condition here. So let's speak to the agent on behalf of this application. Can that person just please identify himself or herself and give us a municipal address?
Hi, Brad. You have been unmuted. Go ahead.
Hello, Brad. Are you there?
Hear me now?
Okay, yes, thanks, Brad.
Okay, sorry about that. Yes, my name is Brad Tapson. I am the architect for the project. My address is 107 Hamilton Street in Toronto.
Thank you. And it seems, Brad, we've got a floor space index issue, and it's jumped from what the from that older bylaw would have allowed. How about then?
Yes.
And since we have to make a decision whether it's a minor variance and considering the various tests under the Planning Act, tell us why, in your opinion, this is a minor variance that should be granted in respect of the FSI.
Absolutely. So the existing condition there being 0.69 seems to come from a very outdated condition. If you look at the diagram that was prepared and the supporting documentation, the majority of the neighborhood, the vast overwhelming majority of the neighborhood is over 0.6 or 0.69, and many of the houses within the specific radius are over 1.0. The existing condition of this house is already 0.81. So any change to the house would trigger this variance. And I believe what we're asking for is very much in line with what's in the neighborhood, with a lot of houses having larger FSIs than we are asking for and having third stories. I believe we're doing something that's very much in character with what's going on.
All right, staff, could you put up that, do you have that diagram map? Can you just take a look at the comparable FSIs in the vicinity? And yes, all right. Very good. Oh boy, I can't, all right, here we are. Sorry, just taking a quick look, hard to read, 1.99, okay. So there seems to be a number, quite a few at this sort of mid-level. I'm not sure if I'm reading it right. FSI, so 1.0 to, is it 1.99?
Yeah, so the ones in sort of a light red are 1.0 to 1.99.
It's a 2, yeah, okay. All right, thank you. Members, any questions for this gentleman, this architect? No, seeing none. All right. Does relate back to 1953 kind of thinking at that time for appropriate densities. All right, no questions? Want to put forward a motion, anyone?
Yeah, sure. I mean, this is a very tight lot in a very tight location of the city where to create livable houses, you need to be a little flexible with the FSI, because if we look at the design of this house, it was a very small home, and it, even after this addition, is going to be a very small home, just slightly less small. And so I think that does allow a family to grow in location. So for those reasons, I think it's approvable. I move to approve the variance. And in context, I don't think this FSI is anything but minor.
Thank you. Is there a seconder for this? Mr. Bissonnette does. All right. All in favor then of approving this variance, this single variance? Looks like unanimous. So, sir, you've got your approval for 96 BERTMOUNT Ave. Good luck with that project.
Great. Thank you very much.
All right, Madam Deputy Secretary Treasurer.
Okay, thank you through the chair. So we are adjourning at 6:29 p.m.
Okay, all right.
Thank you.
All right, thank you very much.
Great, thank you, everybody. Thank you, staff. Thank you, members.
Thank you very much.
Not an easy day.
Great evening.